Why, hello there. Welcome to Roll For It, where your favorite YouTube streamers get to go play some lovely tabletop RPGs. We are, of course, today playing, Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition in our lovely Ascension campaign, which is running for a fair while. So, I guess with that said, we're going to be diving into things. We're starting off a few minutes late today because we've been doing a little bit of telling the players how much I've appreciated playing with them, and I'm so sorry that I'll be killing the characters today. So except for Perrin. Perrin will be the instrument of their destruction. Perrin will not die. As he is now actually a vampire and cannot die. That's right. Yeah.
I can't hold monster him if he's he's not technically undead, actually.
So I can you hold monster. You were the reason that my level 17 assassin died.
Is he actually going to be undead? If he's, because I remember you told us before that you were like, maybe
vampires are undead, but dampiers aren't, right? Technically,
dampiers aren't.
Yeah,
well, they're not going to melt in the sun.
They're like almost undead, but not quite. They still count as humanoid.
Yeah. Anyway. We also left on a big cliffhanger last time, and we're coming up to...
Yeah, I'm nervous.
A very well-deserved
what if we all
kind of interval after a lot of revelations. So, without further ado, we're going to go through our introduction stuff. I guess I should put on some music. You want
me to do the intro stuff quick for you?
Some very suitable music while we do our intro. Is this going to play?
Okay. Want me to?
There we go.
Can you hear me?
No, it's fine. We can hear you.
I hear you.
Okay.
Is this music playing?
Answer. Yeah, I hear music.
Yep.
Are you doing that thing again where you can't
hear?
It's fine. This is not a problem.
It's good. It's atmospheric. It's the right volume. It's great.
It is atmospheric.
Okay.
Oh, now it stopped.
Oh, well, at least that's nice.
It's back.
Stop playing for me. Anyway, look, I'm gonna do the intro, and I'll fix this while we do the intro.
Or I can do the intro while you're fixing that if you want.
Oh no, it's okay. This part of the intro is really easy. I got this. Also, I like being like, hey, thank you, peoples. You've been great. You've been helping me be the instrument of their destruction. So, Will, you've allowed me to be the instrument of their destruction today, and that person who supported this endeavor, their name is Finley Shards. So, Finley, I would like to personally reach out to you and say, thank you for making this possible. You pay the majority of our cast costs today and allow these fine folks to come here and get horrifically murdered by one of their own. For that, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. In addition, character sheets for Calvin and Ella Cogdeer now available on our Patreon. If you want to check out their levels, you can do so over patreon.com/roll for it. We are indeed sponsored by Roll20. They allow us to do all kinds of funky stuff, and thanks to their online tabletop, we have been using them pretty consistently for pretty much everything you could expect, and some things you really wouldn't, for quite some time. And now we have a lovely map that actually has tooltips and little icons and whatnot. And so, look forward to showing off fancy new features going forwards. So, that's our introduction. We'll be going through some very quick shelling, followed by a quick summary of events so far. But I'm going to leave you to Bentham for the shelling, or Maggie if she wants to do it. We'll try and keep it brief. I wouldn't want to keep you from the entertainment.
I'll do shelling.
Oh, Maggie, go ahead, girl.
All right. You're so strange. If you would like to support us, as you like our stories and all of the amazing characters that we have here on our channel, the best way to support us is going over to our Patreon. And if you're over on our Patreon, not only do you support us, but you also get really cool rewards in exchange. One of those things is, like E said, the character sheets are out for Calvin and Ayla Cogdear, and also we have Legend Tier games, which we announced this month is the Noir Enigma. So I'm excited what he's bringing to the table. And of course, we have so many other rewards as well over there. So, I mean, there's backlogs. So once you become a patron, you can go back and, eat it up. And of course, you can subscribe to us right here live on Twitch. You can do it when we're not live too, but you can subscribe to us here and you get some cool emotes as well as the videos in advance. And if you are a YouTube member, you get access to some of those emotes as well. And whether you're a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or a patron, you will get access to our private Discord where you can plot and plan and talk about all the things. I know that in between last week and this week, there was so much conversation. And the previous week, there was a lot of lore stuff that was being thought about. And I know EE was in there going back and forth with people thinking about things, what could be happening to Perrin, all kinds of madness.
Lots of theories about Mistra and what exactly is going on there that are really interesting.
Yeah. Sometimes you guys right, sometimes you're wrong. It's always interesting. Sometimes we're like, man, we wish we would have thought of that. But it's pretty cool. And of course, we know not everyone can support us in a monetary way. So there's tons of non-monetary ways to support us. Take care of you and your fam first, because that makes, that we want you to, be able to sustain yourself as well. But we don't mind an extra little support if you have it. But if you don't, there's a lot of ways to support us. Watch live on Twitch right here. While you're watching live, you can make clips, which are awesome. We love them. We make montages with them. You may be spotlighted on our social if you, have a good clip. And then, of course, there's watching over on YouTube, subscribing, liking, and commenting over there. And then, of course, following us on Twitter and Facebook, liking, sharing, retweeting, and commenting. And there's actually a tweet and Facebook post right now. Whether you're watching us live or on a video, go on over there, click the things. And all of those ways are just great ways to feed the algorithm to make more roll for it into people's inboxes. That's it. I will hand it back over.
So it looks like it's just Google Chrome. So,
Is that the first time I've ever done the shilling on this show? I feel like I've done it on a million other shows.
Before, but it was quite a while ago, I think.
It must have happened at some point.
I'm like, this show is where I get to just chill back, but there's been like other shows where I'm like, like doing all the things.
Normally, because you're like, the full-on gnome outfit, and we're
Cosplay,
like, we don't want to interrupt the gnome.
I know, I didn't put it on today. I gotta figure out where I put my wig because I did spring cleaning and now I'm like, I have piles of stuff everywhere. It's the storm before
I'm
the
glad
calm.
you finished that sentence because I did spring cleaning and I now have piles of stuff everywhere. Was really anyway.
Where are you going with it? Oh my
Skiff
gosh.
is bringing it back.
You look so different with that.
Oh my god.
It's weird. It's like
You
giving
definitely
me
feel like you
90s
started
bowl cut vibes.
No, specifically 90s guy who started like an online
Skater
art
bro.
or fashion thing. Okay, now no, I don't know now. No. Okay. Anyway, so long story short, the party called Dragon Punch rushed to
Final
save
Fantasy for sure.
Arena's family from getting murdered by a very powerful assassin. They killed the assassin. It turned out the assassin was Henry Harper, the fourth member of the Chosen Knights, the most famous adventuring party in all the land. And they were like, oh dear. And specifically, Arena was like, oh, I have a crush on him. Had a crush on him. Oh no. And the Chosen Knights show up and we're like,
no, I'm just kidding.
Punch Perrin, punch Perrin, punch Perrin, punch Perrin, stab Perrin, interrogate Arena, threaten them, tell them that they're no longer affiliated, tell them to keep their mouths shut because Henry Harper deserved to, die, at least in the public's eye as a decent person. They don't know why he did what he did, but if their tools say anything, then they will make sure that your name is tainted with You killed a very nice, innocent halfling. How dare you? And then they left. You found Irina's family, who were fine. There was lots of awkward conversations ensued. You talked to a bunch of Crusaders of Iomedae and some followers of the Raven Queen who showed up to liberate the place after you broke the seal. Breaking the seal, which had stopped teleportation, by the way, incidentally almost killed Skith, who was only saved thanks to a mysterious voice asking him to be their champion, which he accepted.
Confirmed Mistra.
That is, believe what the group thinks, due to his cloak suddenly dropping to 0 charges, cloak being a vestige of Mistra. And Irina having spotted that, being the only person in the group who wasn't compromised in that situation and actually has kind of reasonable perception. Why was the rest of the group compromised? Well, Perrin was busy doing what he does best. Some people cast shatter. Perrin does it with his sword, and he picked up another magic blade and broke it by stabbing the seal. However, this blade was a blade specifically designed to, transfer blood to the wielder. It was a vampiric blade. He would have known that if the party were actually interested in it, but they weren't, because he was in a rush and was like, I don't want to risk my blade. The bad guy had a blade. Picked it up, quickly stabbed the thing, and it worked. And it actually helped because it specifically was great at sucking up blood, and the seal was made of blood. However, in doing so, it did partially destroy his magic armor, which he'd been wearing since he was a little level 5 baby. And also wreck his arm, which now seems to refuse to properly heal. You can see gaping holes still left in it, of which kind of blood and kind of clear and dark fluids ooze occasionally. Fast forward to the time, the group made friends-ish with a leader of the new reinforcements of the Raven Queen, who was from a long way away, south of the Stormfell Mountains, called Hans, who was a barbarian. The group didn't really know what to make of him.
We made a lot of assumptions. It was pretty awful. Me as a person was like, wow, we're terrible in-game characters.
Yup.
I didn't make assumptions.
You just got hit in the head with a rock for 1 point of damage.
I did make a bad hand
You were
stroke,
just
though.
rude.
I'm always rude.
It's true.
I didn't even talk to hands. Like, one-on-one.
Yeah, and
Again, I question, are we the baddies?
things went well. Everyone kind of sat around, did a load of magic item kind of identification. They identified a ring that they found dropping in the region of Henry Harper's body before the body was taken away, and it turned out to be a ring of mind shielding. And they were like, oh, wait, this says that if you die while this is on you, your soul goes into it and you can communicate. Ooh. So Irina put the ring on, attuned to it, had a conversation with Henry Harper, and then was like, wait, what? And Henry's like, yeah, they made me do it. They made you do it? Who made you do it? Yeah, the leader of the House of the Dead, the Church of the Raven Queen. She worships Nerul. Miranda Dark. She's evil. Don't trust her. And Irina was like, oh no, insight roll. Oh no, this is terrible. Handed the ring over to Perrin after giving assurances that Henry Harper wouldn't be left alone. And Perrin rode off to go to the House of the Dead, mostly to get his arms seen to, because it looks pretty gnarly.
It was a roller coaster ending.
It was. And after Perrin had traveled for an hour, he had a conversation with the ring, which went something along the lines of, what was it you said?
So I think I asked, like, so you're saying that Miranda Dark is evil and wants to destroy the church from within or whatever, and then I said, why should I believe you and not think that this is just a plot to get another member of the church killed.
At which point, there was a slight pause, and the voice in your head just said, "Worth a try." And then something surged up out of the ring through your mind and attempted to just rip all your higher functions away. Due to a pretty decent roll, you managed to succeed. You pushed it down. Perhaps you've been feeling slightly more intellectual recently. Your conversations with Arena and Skith having rubbed off on you. But through sheer intellectual fortitude, this beast, whatever it is, Henry Harper, you wrestle and push and force back into the ring. And then you can still kind of feel it there. But it isn't going further than the ring. And it's there on your finger. And as you attempt to take the ring off, you realize, can't, no. No, you need this ring. This ring is a ring of mind shielding. While there might be a threat in the ring, it also protects you. Protects you from threats all around. And there could be untold numbers of threats.
Oh dear.
With that, you turned your horse around. As
Oh,
you
Phantom.
conveyed to Thunder,
dear.
telepathically, your celestial warhorse, who understands you telepathically, the severity of the situation, who you'd only just summoned today for the very first time, I might add. And Thunder commented on this being one of the more interesting situations to be summoned into for a first time. Thunder took off at a gallop to try and head back to the rest
I
of
want
the party.
Thunder to talk to what's yours called, Skith? Yours has a name
The
too.
dragon.
Yes. What did I go with? Cosmos?
Yeah.
Cosmos.
Yeah, Cosmos. Thunder and Cosmos to have a conversation.
Well,
like
they
they keep
can't
summoning
because
me.
They
Like,
can't.
for
Thunder can only
stupid
speak
stuff.
telepathically to me, unfortunately, but he can understand
Oh.
anybody. So you can talk to him, but he can't respond to you directly.
Okay.
My dragon can yell at it in Draconic.
In my fanfic, they have a chat together. Someone make fan art of it.
You give them flashcards.
Oh, that's cute.
You give them the what is it? The
Those Instagram stories that people always have with the cards.
I was thinking of the Christmas movie that everyone now realizes is actually really fucking creepy.
Yeah, oh,
where the
it's
guy shows up
hella
on the
creepy.
doorstep and you're like, no, you're a stalker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But
super
actually,
super
that,
creepy.
but not stalkerish. Yeah.
Dear.
Wow. Anyway,
You wanna know something? This is, I mean, tangent, but go read the translation of the Macarena and then think about the fact that children dance to that and sing it. So, okay, go ahead,
Uh-oh.
EE.
God. Anyway,
It's not
what
a
movie
good
is
song
that?
for
What's the
children.
name of the movie? What's the name? It's bugging me.
Love Actually, right?
Love Actually. There we go. Yeah. No, Love Actually is genuinely not a great film, and that bit is really, really terrible. He is such a stalker.
The actors make it like cute, but
Yeah, but that's the problem.
If-
Like,
if
it's like,
out of
oh, look at it. And
context,
like, no, you're absorbing
like,
that. You shouldn't.
just
Yeah.
read what's
You
happening.
shouldn't be absorbing that. You don't know what you're absorbing.
Yeah, Perrin.
That's
quit absorbing
TV in
that.
general.
The only
Stop-
cute,
absorb
yeah,
that.
Perrin, quit absorbing stuff.
the only cute thing is the Irish dad played like Liam Neeson, who has a son, and the son's like, "You've got a cute girl in my class," and it's like, "Oh," but then the son runs through an airport bar security, and you're like, and he'd probably be shot at this point. That's not good.
Like,
You know,
I think
that
I've talked about
kid
this
was
before.
in Game of Thrones, he was the kid with the three-eyed raven. I don't remember his
Oh, yeah.
name.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay. Sorry.
So-
tangent.
I don't believe the group at the the last house was going to do anything particular other than you're going to spend some time with your family and you're
Family,
going to gather them.
rest.
You rest. Yeah. Okay.
I put on the armor.
Yeah.
There's the secondary temptation
I
of
goaded you.
attuning to it, but I have not.
It's like, oh, it looks so good on you, Arena.
It is
Fits
a little big, don't
perfectly.
you think?
No.
But I suppose if I tune to it, it would.
All right. Even better.
You can,
Actually,
while you have it on and while you kind of feel your mind brush up against it, it doesn't feel like other magical items where you really have to focus on it.
Hmm.
It feels so much more effortless. And instead of being something where you have to kind of focus and make the item part of you or, accept the item, it's almost like you just need to unfold and the item will become part of you and it will become attuned. It doesn't seem quite such a laborious, it's not a meditative process like other items might be.
Yeah.
This process seems like a slightly more intellectual process, maybe? Like a more process of focus rather than the process of meditation. But it also doesn't seem as difficult. It seems almost closer in a way to you.
He's like, I want to tempt you. Put it on. It is an attunement item.
It is
Phil
definitely
is
an attunement
asking.
item. You can
It is-
feel that there is inherent power there, but you can't access it.
It is a piece of armor that my grandmother created and wore. So that's what I'm assuming. It seems like easier for me almost. But it doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the Ebenclaw.
What does it?
The Ravenclaw shoes.
It belongs to
them.
whoever has it. Okay.
Some interesting lore. Anyway, okay.
I was trying to sum it up in a short sentence for people who are just tuning in.
Yeah.
We did give EE gave a great recap. So if this is your first time watching Ascension, you have a good insight of what happened previously.
You are surprisingly coming to a reasonably good place to tune in. If you're tuning in now, we're coming to the very end of a long arc, which means that you're also getting the hit, like the big hit at the end, which means that you get the important bit. And then we're going to have big introductions.
Speak down.
I've had
Time
enough
action.
hits. I've had plenty.
You've had a lot of hits. You've been hit in the
No more
stomach a
hits.
lot. You could do with
Do
catching your breath.
you still have half fire resist without your armor?
No, yeah, because I'm wearing. Well, I now have more AC than before though, because I'm wearing the bone armor. I'm not attuned to it, but I
If
still
he
have
wears
19 AC.
the bones of Inixus or someone, he'd be able to get resistance.
Luckily, I don't have.
Well,
the
you didn't
bones
leave
of
any
Inexus.
bones, EE. When you killed him, you
There
left
was nothing to
nothing.
bury, you monster.
I have a statue, a little wooden carved statue.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like my Inixus action figure, okay? But of Saren Ray.
Yeah. Okay. So, Skith, anything you're doing especially? You don't need to. Like, Perrin has just left. You can be catching your breath. You haven't had a huge time. You did literally just find yourself on the edge of being obliterated.
Yeah, I just need a rest. I feel like I would
need
just
to
want
like
to rest.
heal up a little. I only have one cure wounds thingy left.
I mean, if you want to, you can take a short rest. Perrin has been away for an hour by the time that the events
Didn't
of
we
the end
all-
of last episode occurred.
I mean,
You know, just
I'm full
short rest,
health.
though.
Yeah, I still have 2 hit die left.
I need a long rest. Unfortunately.
Could
but
use those, I guess.
there is-
Yeah.
time left in the day, sadly.
Yeah.
But I believe your plan
Perrin's
was to take a
coming
long
back
rest.
to kill us.
No,
So
yeah. Well, we'll see.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
11.
I'll
nice.
use the last. That was 2 of them together.
I
did
do
too,
want to
didn't
get
I?
the staff back from Pietro, but he's far away at the moment.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's nothing I can do.
I would.
I don't want to
I
talk to
don't think
hands.
Arena would attune to the armor. So, but she has it
Actually,
on.
Pietro can't carry the staff. It's too big for him.
Mm.
So he would be, using it and carrying it, or using it and like putting it down at every opportunity, but you'd have been the ones with it in the bag of holding. And, when you were going to part ways, he would have then had to pull it out. But he can't wield it. It's too big for him currently. It's a tiny creature. So it would actually still be in Maggie's bag of holding. So Arena would actually technically still have the staff right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll ask her for it.
Yeah,
You can't
can
use
have
it. Pietro's too small. He was going to get it resized.
Actually,
Mind if I
if
see that
it's a
staff?
longer downtime, I will take off the armor and put my normal armor back on. She put it on just to try it out. Yeah, she takes it out and hands it over to you. Actually, or she probably just like lets you grab it on yourself. You know what you want.
You
Yeah.
put your hand in the bag of holding and you pull out the staff of the Graviturge, which has awesome new art that I'm going to show everyone.
It is really cool. I like it.
Yeah, it's sweet. I don't know why I didn't. I think because it came from an image of my brother, I was like, I don't need that crap. And now I'm like, it's kind of strong.
It's really cool looking.
It matches my cape, my shroud pretty
Does
well.
match. I can't wait for your updated
epic.
art too.
I have to point out that there aren't, sadly,
Cool.
stars on the actual staff itself.
Oh,
Because
come on.
If there were, you'd all be like, it's a thing of Mistra. There's secrets. Saravel is somehow, and I'd be like, I wouldn't want to like red herring you that strongly. If you
Oh,
want to
come
paint
on.
stars
Just give
on
him
it,
stars on it so that it
if you
matches
want to
his
paint
cloak.
stars on it, you can.
Arena will paint stars on it for you.
There we go.
I
Arena
decorated your little Dragon
Arena
Ball
has
Z thing.
gem tools. She can put some like gem
I
dust.
put little
Make it
gems
glittery.
into it. Yeah.
Yeah, gloss it up. Make it look like one of those things kids have. The glass tubes that you can shake with all the sparkles in it.
Oh yeah, like more like that. Yeah, I'm in. Let's do it.
I didn't
Do
know,
that again.
I didn't know that I
Cobalt.
needed art of a gravity staff that incorporates a scientifically accurate depiction of a black hole, but I did, and now I have it.
Yeah, no, I
It's
saw
so
that and I
cool.
was like, I gotta use this. I'm sad that I didn't make it super powerful. Thanks to some amazing artists and amazing Patreons, I now have amazing art for like 1 billion legendary items, and I'm like, I can't just give the party 1 billion legendary items. They're not there yet. But I'm
He's
sad.
been upgrading some cool stuff.
So shout out, this is by the way from Ari Pockely. Ari Pockely. There's some really nice art. from
Airy
them.
Pockely. That's an interesting name.
I have a lot of arena kind of stuff as well that I've got from them that I'm looking forward to use at some point in the future.
I've been chatting with EE about weird things that I want to create. They're not like OP, they're just like silly things for the most part.
I will. I'll unattune from my Wonder Woman gauntlets.
Okay, your AC drops by
Aw.
2, so
I
untick them on your character
know.
sheet.
Sure you want to do that?
I have to. That's the only. I have my rod, my
Okay.
cloak,
Your cloak.
And my Wonder Woman gauntlets.
and
Yeah.
then my
Oh, you
Wonder
can only
Woman
have
gauntlets.
3.
I'm a
Yeah.
threefer, so I'm have to be
Yeah.
very
The artificer over here, like, oh yeah, you've
Yeah.
only got 3 attunements.
poor baby.
How
I
terrible
know.
for you.
I have got a custom feat that I want to introduce to the campaign, which is you have a 4th attunement slot, which is from Taldore Reborn.
Oh.
That's
doesn't-
pretty nice.
Doesn't benefit
I would love that.
artificers because it says you get a 4th attunement slot, and artificers
Oh.
already get a 4th attunement slot. So
Yeah.
I need that.
Yeah.
So
I
I'll
think I
be
get
like
5.
super
I
susceptible
think
to
you get
sneak
5 or
attacks.
6. Might 5, yeah, but like
Yeah,
it's
I think
really
I
good.
get 5 in the end. I think, but
Yeah.
that doesn't come till
That's
level
gross.
12.
I think I can
13,
attune to
14?
4 great
I don't know.
swords.
I can look.
I think, yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay.
You're
Do you
like
attune to the
Gilgamesh.
staff then?
Yeah, I'll drop the gauntlets. I'll attune to the
You're
staff.
crazy.
But the staff has a lot of utility. It can slow things.
No,
it can push them
I
away.
agree.
It can suck
I agree. Just
Yeah.
that AC
Yeah.
has been saving your little booty.
them. Well,
That's true.
obviously, stealth creatures and attacks are gonna destroy me, but everything else, I should be good. Pretty much. I'm
Yeah, it's
pretty
not like
elusive.
Skith ever
It's-
gets close to death.
It's not like Perrin's coming to punch us in the face, but we don't know that, so.
I can shield up to a 19.
So, you
That's like
do.
nothing.
Yikes.
You Pietro has been messaging like intermittently back and forth, kind of. Do you tell him about the gravity staff at any point?
Yeah, I mean, we'll tell him.
Mine.
We'll tell him. Yeah. I'm sure it's always
Sorry.
Skip going like,
Tell him about the gravity sword.
we're just like,
He can
It's
have the
like,
little
alright.
gauntlets. Shrink them.
I mean,
Aww.
that sounds great. I was kind of hoping for a big boom boom stick that was way out of my league so I could, like, totally dominate my tier of towers, but, you know, it's fair. You totally did. And he was definitely your brother or a copy of your brother. I don't still understand how that works.
Again, all of this is just coming through your head as he is somewhere else in the Hiraras, like miles away, writing in a book.
Couldn't he like accidentally PK himself with that thing? If he does it work, does it like the spell try to suck you into it as well?
What, the which one? The Staff of the Gravitate ones?
Yes. Or is it
Well-
just for enemies?
If you cast it on yourself, just don't cast it on yourself.
Or get close to it while it's going? Like, I don't know. He could fit 5 D10s of force damage if you get sucked into it. That's a dead Pietro.
Potentially, yeah. He just doesn't
Yeah.
get close to, yeah.
Sure.
Okay. You should probably know something about that then. Also, you totally should give me those gauntlets because they're sweet. Actually, you can really use those. I will need to make them smaller. Ooh, maybe? Wait, they might actually work. I'm envisaging, like, wearing one of them on my back, and then, like, the other on the front. Like,
Aren't they magical? Don't they just like auto resize to people?
Generally only auto resize for humanoids and like medium small
Um,
creatures. He is
Okay.
tiny.
But I'm
one note.
small. Isn't he small now,
Vestiges.
not tiny?
No, he's
'Cause
just top
he's-
end of tiny. He grew.
Oh,
He's
because
still
he's 12 feet.
Yeah. 12
They're
feet.
12 feet. 12 inches.
Attack of the 12-foot pangolin.
12
Hi, how you've grown.
12 inches.
Note
He's
that
got Jira now. Good Jira.
vestiges do scale all the way.
Oh, okay.
Take my
And
cloak,
they
Pietro.
do gain the damage of bigger weapons as they do so, etc.
So,
Um,
could I have handed the reaping blade to Pietro and it would have just like shrunk down to like this big?
Aww.
actually, probably, yeah.
That's awesome.
He would have needed to attune to it. He would have then
Like a
been the
butter
jailer
knife.
of everyone inside it.
Mm.
But yeah, Pietro kind of says,
okay, if you practice with it, you know the orb at the top, the thing, just whatever you do, don't put anything you care about near that. Look, long experience. You can kind of focus on it, and if you like react to a thing, you can kind of deflect objects, mundane like projectiles and stuff.
Ah, shoot me, Arena. Just kidding. We'll try it later.
Probably not a good idea to do inside here.
Also, I looked it up. Level 14 is when I get 5, and level 18 I get 6. So in the end, I get
Yeah.
6 attunement slots. That's sick.
that's why, like, artificers level 1 to 10, like, oh, they can be pretty cool. Everything after that, you're like, artificers are insane.
Look at them. They're like, what?
You
I'm
don't
the
even
gadgeteer.
need us anymore.
I'm the gadget. Oh, I need you guys.
Why?
Look at me.
You're like 3 people.
I'm like 2 feet tall.
Yeah, so is a
I
stick
like
of
go up
dynamite.
to your
And
knee.
that means you've got 3 attunements per foot.
It's pretty great. She
Uh,
just makes weird shit. That's why.
So
It's a lot of weird stuff. All right.
you attune to it. You probably don't have time to kind of perfect this ability today. You will need some time of practicing to actually get this down. However, the item has now been updated.
Ooh. Hidden benefit. Gravitational distortion.
See, I can distort things. I just can't take a knife to the back
For the front.
or anywhere.
Yeah, it gives you half cover against that attack. That's cool.
Yeah.
Unless Arena's shooting me with sharpshooter.
It has to be
Cheats.
a ranged weapon attack. So it won't work against spell attacks or anything, but it will work against, ranged weapon attacks. It also works against dexterity saves from mundane sources of damage. So someone dropping a rock on you or a catapult or whatever.
Oh, like hands throwing a rock at me?
If you had a reaction to know about it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, keep that in mind.
There you go. And again, obviously that doesn't use any charges or anything. That just works. So you
Hopefully next time he'll be all thumbs.
Oh no. Anyway, so you unattune, you attune. That'll take a while. Arena spends some time with the parents, comes back in, sees what they're doing. Perrin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I give Nesver one of the books. I have a book. I'll tell you which book he gets.
Ooh.
But you can go to Perrin.
Perrin. You begin to head back. Is there anything you would like to do as you begin to head back?
I would like to use a level 3 spell slot to cast Expeditious Retreat.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
The reasons are twofold. One, it means that we go double speed for 10 minutes, as long as I can maintain concentration, which cuts 10 minutes off of our travel time. And two, I can't level 3 smite my friends when I get home.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you begin to cast this, you hear in your head, I haven't seen that done before, as your horse has never seen anyone upcast Expeditious Retreat to level 3.
In all of the situations, it's a terrible idea.
Okay. I did wonder if you're going to do that, though. So now you're going to get back in 50 minutes and not an hour. That is different. Okay.
Good, I
Yeah.
think.
Cobalt won't be able, or Skith won't be able to attune to that item.
Yep, Skith will not have finished tuning to the gravity staff.
Well, I was
because
traveling
hour to
out
unattune,
for an
hour to
hour,
attune.
and then
Yep.
50 minutes to get back.
Hour to unattune, hour to attune.
Ah, I see.
That's the
Yeah.
problem. I generally don't enforce it really harshly because it doesn't matter. In this account, it might. So,
But he could just
Um,
sit there for 10 minutes, but yeah, it's not ideal.
well, it depends if he has 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So, Perrin, as you start going back, Perrin, what's going on? What happened? There's something in here.
I'm gonna struggle to trust anything I hear from you right now. Maybe you are in there, and there's something else in there too. I have no idea.
I'm not trapped, Perrin. I didn't die. Why do you think they came and collected my body? I just have a different job to do. And I know where your family live.
What are you saying? Saying they're in on this?
I'm saying when you go back, how much do you care about your parents?
If this is meant to be some kind of negotiation, you don't exactly have much to work with.
It's not a negotiation, Perrin.
I just keep writing.
Okay. The
Are you
entire
guys
50
okay
minutes.
with me giving the Menagerie of the Spires by R. Boggins to my brother Nesver? We've already all read it. And even Pietro has read it too.
For reference, book, if you take 10 minutes to study it, you can gain advantage on a check relating to nature regarding a tower.
Yeah. I feel like the Gear Scrails and the Gods book we probably don't want to my brother to read.
Yeah, I was so worried when you're gonna give him a book. I'm like, oh, that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. I was like, I know we have a tower book. That's why I was like, I think he would like that. If you guys are okay with me letting him borrow that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, they like books, huh?
Mm-hmm. Don't give my brother weird shit. Take it from my brother.
What do you mean?
Stop corrupting my family.
Pulls out his huge smut collection.
Yeah, it's my dragon egg love posters. I don't know. Of the month. I think I do have some
Of the
books.
month?
Yeah, like the monthly foldouts or whatever kind of calendar.
Anyway,
We know a
as
lot more
you're-
about Skiff now.
Arena, as you are walking over the compound to go to the chapel where Nesva is, and Nesva spends a lot of time in the chapel, book in hand, you see Perrin ride in.
Oh,
You
Probably
felt his
feel him
something I-
arrive
You feel
when
his
he's-
approach 30 seconds before, because he's riding
Well-
hard and fast.
because we can feel him once he's 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's just going super fast.
Oh, he is riding hard. And he's on
I
a
believe
horse
I'm-
going full speed.
I'm a little more injured than last time you saw me.
Touch
Yes,
injured, yeah.
you are.
There are certain
ahead.
things I would have done when I came in sight of the last house if I was able to do them.
Okay, what are those?
Once I can see the place in the distance, I'm going to just as I ride, pull out the crystal blade and just drop it on the road beside me, and then I pull out my javelins and I drop those and the half of his short sword and the half of the vampire blade
dismantling
that doesn't
himself.
work anymore. Any other weapons that I have, I'm like, nope, nope, nope. I am coming into this house empty-handed.
Okay, so you lose everything offensive on your person, right?
I believe so. And like
Okay.
I make sure that it's where like you can see it from the house, and I know where I dropped it roughly, so I can go back and get it once I know it's safe.
Okay.
How about whatever focus you use to cast with?
Oh, that's a great idea.
Well, you would know this. You use it every day.
Actually,
you as a
I
player
don't-
might just take it for granted, but
I don't have any spell slots. Do you need it for cantrips?
Yes.
Some
I think
cantrips,
so.
yes. Depends on the cantrip. Yeah, depends
Oh,
on what it
okay.
says. If it says material, whether your focus will take the place of the material component.
Mm.
Okay, yeah. Then I will take the Erithis necklace thing, amulet. and
This necklace is not your warlock focus. You
Oh
have a
wait,
different
what's the
focus.
warlock focus?
You would have a separate one.
He has like 50 minutes,
pick
Amy,
one?
so he could totally take off
May
the
not
armor.
pick
It just would
one.
take him
I
time.
mean, I thought it was always just you only needed one focus and it would work for everything. I don't
Technically,
know
you have a
that
different one because technically there are slight differences between the two. You have an arcane focus and a divine focus. They are actually slightly different in their rules.
Yeah, I don't think I picked one.
I never
then.
really bother about it, but at this point, pointing out the differences in how you disarm yourself is interesting.
Oh, 40 minutes, not 50. Okay.
40 minutes. It still
Well,
took
it's
50
an
for me to get
hour
back
and
from
40.
Yeah,
Yeah,
an hour and 50 it took to get from leaving to back.
Yeah, I thought it was an
then
hour and 50.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but they were saying 40. Well,
Yeah, I don't think I ever picked a warlock focus.
Well,
then,
whatever
so-
your warlock one is, you pick it up and you drop it by the wayside.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, considering I would have had some time to plan this, I think what I would do is I'd wrap the paladin focus like necklace around the hilt of the crystal blade, and if whatever my warlock focus is, if that's wrappable, I also wrap that so that like, because I could genuinely lose those in the dirt.
I will let you know that Eldritch Blast does not require it because it's verbal and somatic.
Ah.
Mage Hand doesn't require it. Green Flame Blade does, but the material component can be the blade. So, you can't cast it without the blade.
In that case, I think I would just keep the focuses on me because there's nothing I can do with them, right?
Okay, you're good then.
Unless I take them off. Let's not risk anything. I don't know what kind of shenanigans this ring might try and have me pull if it gets its way. I'm going to leave the focuses wrapped around the hilt of the crystal blade.
Okay. Do you wish me to stand over your equipment?
That's a great idea. I can walk the rest of the way.
I shall see off any would-be thieves and take them on. And he kind of struts around, chest out. I hope your finger gets seen to.
It should be all right. And I will walk into towards the house. And if he does like see anything dangerous, I think he can telepathically communicate with me as long as we're, I think, within 1,000 feet, or it might be like 1,000 miles or something. I don't even know.
Not 1,000 miles. Generally, at that range, they're just like on this plane. Print the spell just in case.
Where is it? Oh, 1 mile. Okay.
1 mile. Yeah. So
it's not very much.
he actually gives you a bit of a pep talk as you go up there. Steel your resolve, Perrin. You go into battle. It might not be a battle against a foe where force of arms is something that brings you victory. It is a battle in your heart and in your mind. But those battles are often the hardest to face.
Aw. Feel like a motivational speaker in your head.
Oh, yeah.
Fun fact, Thunder is, I believe, wiser than Perrin.
Yep.
That's
So is my
great.
dragon.
Wait,
It's
what's
much
his
wiser.
wisdom?
I
Is he
believe his
wiser
wisdom
than
is
all of us?
12 and mine is 10.
Mine is 13, so I'm a little wiser.
No, his int is 6 and his charisma is 7, so we are
Look,
in
He
no.
didn't go to
respects.
school, but he has had plenty of time, pepping people up before battles. So, but yeah, as you hear this, you walk through the gate and you see Arena. Arena, you see Perrin. You've had 30 seconds notice that Perrin is back in range.
As soon as I feel him in range and I can tell that he was damaged, Arena goes into like PTSD mode, and because she's in the chapel with Nesver, is that what you said?
you were heading out to the chapel, as you said. You kind of picked the book up, etc. You'd been heading to the chapel.
I think she hands him the book and says,
Nesver, go quickly. Take Zoji and Joji and mother and father and go back into hiding again. Go, quickly, go.
Oh, okay.
Run!
and then she's gonna
Nesva
quickly.
runs out the chapel. So, Perrin, you briefly see Nesva, at which point you see Arena come out.
And then where is Skith then?
If I
I'm meditating on my staff.
On your staff?
Skith is actually still trying to attune to the staff of the Graviturge.
Yep, I'm in a dark room staring at my staff like,
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
okay.
probably in the room where you all kind of initially had a big talk with all the cogdeers and stuff. So it's actually just one room over from kind of the panic room that they were in.
You are also aware that Perrin has arrived, but I imagine that if you do anything particularly like intense, you'll lose your attunement.
It's up to you. If at any point you would like to step away, just say.
Gonna wait here for now and keep trying to attune.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Arena.
Arena just is on edge watching as Perrin's running. Are you running? Like full on running?
I think Perrin is probably now just walking in once he got off the horse, but he's gonna walk straight to Arena. And once in, like, you know, reasonable earshot, he's gonna say, "The ring is cursed."
Okay. Arena's like,
What happened?
I challenged its argument and it attacked me. I can't take it off.
Arena will try to take it off his hand. While she's trying to take it off his hand,
Perrin,
she's like,
you can't. It's not you can't take it off. You don't want to take it off. I have to correct you on the point.
Yeah, it was a. Well, there was the second roll where I was like, no, I can take it off, but then I tried to, and I was like, no, I'm gonna leave it on.
Yeah. Intellectually, you're like, I can take it off, but like, as soon as you try and do so, you're like, emotionally, no, actually, I. It's the difference between like knowing intellectually, like you can do something, but actually,
What would I
you're
say
like, I
then?
can take it off, but I don't want to take it off. Instead of I can't take it off. It's like I can, I just don't want to.
I really like wearing it, this cursed item, though.
Yeah.
Feels good, man.
I will. Yeah, I will say I don't know if I can safely take it off.
Marina will look at his hand and see if she can pull on it a little.
you
See
won't
if
let her.
Oh, okay.
Why did it let me take it off then? Where's all your things? What happened to your horse?
I didn't want to risk it taking control of me or anything like that.
What do you want to do now?
I don't know. I just knew it was best not to be out in the wilderness alone.
Should we... Does it make you want to do something bad?
No, but considering what Fenry did,
Fair.
I didn't know.
Should we tie you up or something?
That might not be a terrible idea, but also I will probably be able to break out of it given half a mind to.
Am I within earshot of them? Like, are you guys outside, like just outside the house, or
They
did you
are
come
near
in
the
the house?
chapel, so you're probably about 60 foot away through a rickety door, which isn't that rickety. It's
okay.
protection. Make a perception roll.
I knew it.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's the way the cookie crumbles.
Four.
Oh, did it just now post? I saw the roll.
Yeah.
The
Perrin,
four.
also
The
make
table.
me an int roll.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Oh, I know.
I was reading it for the, MP3 folks.
It's a
Nat
4.
20 on the int roll.
21!
Cool. You know the equipment you left on the road?
Hmm.
Crystal Blade is your packed weapon.
Yeah, I chat pointed
can
out.
summon
I can
that at
summon
any time.
I can summon the crystal blade.
Mm-hmm. In addition to casting Eldritch Smite at any time, you can summon the Crystal Blade at any time.
Wait, Eldritch Smite?
Eldritch Blast, sorry.
Right. Yeah, so there is that. That is a thing.
I'll just let you know about 55 minutes past since you...
I will say to Arena, inform the church, and we now know we can trust Miranda Dark. It was a misdirect. She's not part of the New Dawn or anything.
Are you sure? Henry was very convincing. Did you talk to Henry?
I talked to him.
What did
He was
say?
lying. The moment that I gave an indication that I wasn't going to try and, kill Miranda Dark, he attacked my mind.
Why would he do that?
I don't know that it was him. It may have sounded like him, but there's no reason to believe that it is him. Something is in there and it's evil.
There is no voice in your head right now, Perrin. It's completely...
Arena will walk with Perrin to the other folks. The guards.
Yeah, there's a couple of guards nearby who were a little bit curious because they, saw Perrin leave and were under the impression he was going, but he came back. Cool, whatever. Hi, anything wrong?
Arena nods.
Are these Raven
Obviously.
Queen guards we saying?
No.
Yeah.
There'd be if you want to go to some Raven Queen guards, there are some. They're the minority right now until they get they get enough
there's
people here.
the Knights of the whatever. Yeah, we can go to them. That makes sense because they came in to help protect.
Specifically, the ones here would be the Order of the Argent Flame. So, quite shiny silver armor for the majority of them, but they are the majority until they get rotated out. But you can go to the Raven Queen. They are around. It's just for the guards. They've mostly stuck with the more heavily armed, more numerous, fighters from Iomedae or the Paladins of Iomedae. Especially because frontline fighters and Paladins were mostly what Antok had when he sallied out and was killed in the ambush that led to all this.
Yeah.
So, who'd you like to approach?
We'll go up to the guards, or
Yeah.
not the Raven Queen ones, the other ones.
Okay, yeah. So the woman you go up to is one of two. She's got bright kind of white silver armor, kind of engraving all over it, which kind of is a pattern of kind of flame. Dark hair, but pretty enclosing helmet. Can I help?
It might be best if we speak to your leader.
Well, I think we've been left under orders just to kind of look after the compound for now, and to liaise with, I believe his name was Hans, and your group.
It might be best we just speak to Hans then.
Told... well, Hans is... She looks at the other guard. Out on a recon patrol right now. Can I help? The name is Talia.
To cut to the chase, I've attuned to this ring and I show it. It appears to be cursed. We don't know for sure, but it's possible it may be capable of possession, and so I should be kept under armed guard. And probably outside of the house. Till we can work out what to do.
Okay.
Not an ideal development, I know.
Let me ask around real quick. And she quickly kind of sends the other guard off after a few words quietly, deliberately trying to make sure you can't hear, since you've said you might be possessed.
I'll say to
We
Rena,
try and
send that message to the church. I don't know that they can do anything, but at least we can warn them that if, they don't hear from you and I show up, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, Rena will. Well, I can't. I can communicate back to him, right?
you can only communicate back to Pietro when he calls you.
When
And
he
throughout
calls
this
me, yeah.
conversation, I have
Yeah.
been rolling to see if Pietro at any point tries to talk to you because he
Right,
is
Yeah.
okay,
been
so
going
you gotta
on and
wait
off right
till
now.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
He's
was like.
not
I don't
talking to
think I
Skith,
can message
He
him.
knows Skith is attuning and doesn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, I think that Arena will just nod and be like, she's not very deceptive, so if you want me to roll a deception roll. She will as soon as Pietro contacts her, but she'll be like, yeah, I'm reaching out to them right now.
Only if you think it's necessary between party. Generally, the party can often read each other pretty well, except in extreme cases. But if you wish to, it's between players.
It's more up to if Perrin's suspicious, but yeah.
I mean, I think Perrin's just like, okay, cool.
Distraught.
Yeah, Perrin's busy focusing. He's like, I have to sort of remain focused, remain ready for some sort of mental attack. It could come at any moment when the ring decides it's a good opportunity to do so. So Perrin's probably not, really paying too much attention to what's going on around him, especially because that might make things worse the more he knows about the situation. One thing I will do once that bit of talking is done is I'll start taking off the armor as well. I'm like, if they got it, like if something happens and they got to take me down, let's make it as easy as possible.
Okay. Before you
Arena
even
will
get
help him take his armor off.
before you even get like a minute into taking armor off, because full plate takes a long time to get off, they come back with manacles.
Oh, manacles are
And
better
they
than,
look
good.
at you and they're like,
than
how
rope.
long since whatever happened?
By now,
Maybe like 58 minutes.
it's like by now it'll be just shy of an hour.
You don't have time. Put these on.
All right, I hold up my hands.
These things normally happen hourly for some reason. It's almost like we've got a clock system going. Or it could be every day or every time you rest. But what we've got to do is just prevent you from resting and, before the hour, make sure this is ready.
If there's a way for us to take the ring off, that would probably be
How
helpful.
attached are you to your finger? It is not
Physically,
a surefire method. Attuned items are not broken their attunement by taking your finger off. They are still attuned. We might be able to move the ring, but many curses still linger.
I'd rather not lose the finger. I think I'm already losing one on the other hand as it is.
I've asked
Well-
about if anyone prepared a removal of curse spell today.
That is what I was going to say.
It is something that paladins have. We have a number of paladins here able to do that at that level.
Arena looks at Perrin and is like, why can't you do that?
I don't know.
It is situational. Paladins traveling alone generally don't use up valuable resources by preparing it. They typically are advised to carry a spell scroll or something.
What level
When
is the
operating in
root curse?
larger teams, we usually allocate one person if necessary, if we're not going on a combat operation. We weren't going on a combat operation today. We came in response, so we may have someone.
What level is remove curse?
Level 3. It is also on the
I
Warlock
can't.
spell list.
Yeah, I can't do it then because my level 3s are Warlock.
It's also on the Warlock spell list.
Oh, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But you need to learn it because
Yeah.
Warlocks learn.
Huh. And it's my favorite magic school.
He's like, oh, I could have done this thing.
There were a lot of options, and
It seems good.
I was looking through the level 3 spells, and I'm like, Thunderstep. I don't need to read anymore.
Ambar, you are right, though. Paladins don't care. They just smite everything, for sure.
Yeah,
They don't
it
have
is.
spells, they have spell slots, which are smite slots.
Yeah.
Also, at this point, an hour goes past.
Arena's
The
just like
manacles are
gun
on.
watching him.
There are now 4 paladins who have weapons drawn surrounding Perrin, along with 2 others who are talking. And Skith, you are aware of as the gravitoad staff snaps and you feel it clicks into place. And you are aware a little bit again like how I described to Arena, that each magical item, especially custom-made items, has a certain feel. You know, like a certain artist style.
You're cursed now too. I'm just kidding.
The gravitoad staff is a bit twisty, but well made. Like someone of very refined intellectual prowess managed to both take a very complicated school of magic and refine it with a good amount of power. Not a lot of power, but a good amount of power. And with a lot of subtlety and effort, refine it and sculpt it. And you feel kind of the edges to this. It's not a smooth transition. You can feel the kind of ripples of power that have been sculpted into this as it snaps into place. And there's a certain echo of the last being to carry it, a certain callousness. Just a little bit. Just its. Whereas Arena's item was very dead of emotion from spending a long time in the Shadowfell with a kind of in a tiny bit of something in the distance. Yours is the person who made this was definitely your brother. And you recognize that. That is definitely how you would anticipate a magic item made by him.
So he's using all those artificers to make him shit.
And he's either developed or is utilizing this new school of magic that someone made.
Yeah.
Or old school of magic, as the case may be.
Fair.
How many charges are on it right now?
Fully charged.
Fully
Pietro didn't
charged.
use any
Fully
charges. He didn't carry it for long.
charged. And for those of you
Alrighty.
who haven't watched our previous episodes, Skith's brother is like collecting artificers.
Put
I
it
would
that
call
way.
it.
He's hoarding them. It sounded
Yeah.
like he's hoarding them.
I
Yeah.
would call it. They have a very good scholarship program.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have access to a lot of resources.
But about 30 seconds after that happens, a couple of paladins kind of briskly walk through your room, and also Nesfo and the rest of the Cogdeers push through.
Oh, yeah,
the door
no,
opens, and you're very well disturbed.
I'm getting up as soon as I'm done, and I'm gonna walk into the room with everybody and look around, bewildered.
Perrin and Arena are outside.
Oh, I'll go look for
Yeah.
Perrin in Arena then.
You find him surrounded by a load of people with drawn swords.
Now I will look bewildered.
And I have my weapon drawn as well.
Mhm.
We're all just kind of like watching to see what happens. When you come up,
What?
Arena will fill you in.
Yeah, it's like, what's he doing back here? Oh, a cursed ring? Just cut his finger off if he can't take it off.
They said that might not get rid of it because he still might be attuned to it, even if we took the ring off or his finger
Yes,
off.
but he wouldn't be wearing it then. Then he could at least unattune to it, maybe. I don't know.
That he doesn't.
Does anyone have
doesn't
remove
think he can
curse?
do it safely. That is what they were asking.
At this point, one of the paladins from a little bit further afield jogs over. It looks like they're not out of breath, but they've been jogging for a few minutes. Yeah, I was the one from the group who was tasked with preparing that utility spell today. I was on the roster. I have remove curse prepared. Looks you up and down. Okay.
By all means.
Sure.
I love that Perrin's probably just like laying down on the ground, manacled, and there's just like all these people with weapons drawn on him. Like, what is he gonna do next?
Perrin's like, I might die in like the next 30 seconds. This is great. Loving this.
Yeah.
Last
Strictly,
time I
they have
attuned to
you-
something because Arena says it's okay.
They have you kneeling down on the ground, manacled behind your back, with full ankle irons and wrist irons. They don't have you face down because they want to see your face. Because if you get possessed or anything, they want to be able to read if there is a change.
Hmm.
One of his
And-
arms is squishy and gross. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, that's also
That's
happening.
manacled behind your back.
So the
And I will have
Blessing.
warned the people present, like, I do have the ability to summon my packed weapon. Just so that you're warned.
which one's that? X-Blade. X-Blade Pact. No. Someone corrects them. It's like, actually, you don't need to be a Hexblade to take Pact of the Blade. It's just nearly everyone does, because why would you? Okay, right. Sure, okay. So he goes over and places one hand on, like, your heart and places the other hand on your head.
Arena's gonna just pray. She doesn't know what else to do.
Through the power of Imaday, the one who followed in the footsteps, Dawn, Justice Bringer, bring justice to the Savior, and deal with this curse as sees fit. Banish it from him, and let him be free from its taint. And you feel kind of the hands suddenly flare with silver light and energy. And while, you know, you've seen kind of your holiness be associated with kind of a grayish light, it's not silver. This is a bright silver, kind of like that almost white silver. And it flares, and you feel kind of a warm heat against your skin. And then suddenly against your finger, and your hand burns and prickles.
Both of your hands are just gonna get wrecked.
It's not a good time.
Yeah.
suddenly-
Poor Perrin.
The guy reels back, and you feel conflicted. You can feel a warring emotion. You feel paranoid about taking the ring off, but you also feel that attunement kind of vaguely slipping. You can feel it. It's not unattuned, but it's also not fully attuned right now. And you kind of want it to be gone, but you can't yet summon the strength to take the ring off. You are close. I don't know what happened. I think it was effective. You did good. Can you do that? I'm afraid not.
Like with my left hand behind the back, I'm like holding the ring and like, can I, if I try and pull it, does it work?
You can't bring yourself but you are shaking doing it.
It's
Every
like I'm
fiber
holding
of your
the
body
ring
is
like
shaking.
I need this off. No, I don't know.
Everyone watching, make just perception checks, not even insight checks. Perception checks.
Well, ooh, not very good for me. Damn, very good for Skith. -3 got a crit with a 17.
I mean, your DC was 5. You can see
Okay.
Perrin is actively, visibly shaking as he tries to summon the strength to take the ring off, but it isn't strength. You can see every fiber of his being is trying to will himself to take it off.
Arena looks concerned. She looks concerned and looks at the paladin who was trying to take it out, or who's trying to decrucify him, and is like,
I don't think it worked. He can't take it off.
You can do it, Perrin. You're so strong.
Do I feel like it worked, or do I feel like it didn't work, or am I like just really confused and
You
not
feel
sure
in
what's
limbo.
happening?
You feel that something has changed. You feel like you're close. You feel like you can, and then you kind of shy away from it. But you, yeah. What do you say?
Said you can do it, Perrin. You're so strong. You're the strongest paladin I know, and the second strongest warlock.
Make a persuasion check. Actually, I need to ask, Perrin, do you trust Skith implicitly?
It depends, I guess. Like, it depends
Good
what I'm
question.
trusting him in.
Trust him.
Like,
do you trust him through paranoia? Would you
Do you
second guess
trust
him
me
about-
to have your best wishes
Interest at
in
heart.
mind?
Yeah.
Yes.
If it's life and death, yes.
And yes, persuasion check.
It's like if it's business, no. Life and death,
Oh
yes.
my
Nat
God.
one.
Have a magic point. Is the question.
I don't even have sorcery points anymore. Spent them all.
yeah. I know we're
Perrin.
out of resources right now.
Can't trust Skith. He must be trying to get at you.
He wants the ring. Of course he does.
The ring? Yeah. Mind shielding ring. Of course he wants it.
Arena will like kneel down and like touch him and do a prayer to give him guidance.
How am I going to crit a perception and crit fail a persuasion?
I don't know, homie. I don't know. I know, like it's like the thing you're really bad at, you crit at, and
The
the
best
thing you're
part
really
is-
good at, you
The
fail.
best part is that those two numbers are only 7 apart.
RNGesus is telling a story.
Talia, let me roll a check for see if she notices.
And
Okay.
while you're doing that, Arena kind of like has her hand on Perrin and says,
Shadow given shape. Guide Perrin's hands.
and she's just trying to like help you take the ring off. If she can. You get plus 1d4 to whatever roll is pertinent to that, I guess.
I'm sorry. Skith's trying to get at you. However, Talia leans in to one of the two standing towards the back, and they come forwards, and they touch you, Arena, and you
Oh.
feel suddenly something blossom within you. You feel more confident. You feel slightly more regal. You stand slightly more upright. You are under the effect of enhanced ability, charisma. And Talia leans into you. You seem to react to Skith. I don't know what's going on right now, but maybe you can get through to him. He seemed to have a connection with you. I don't know whether the two of you are, but she rolled really high on her insight, so, you know.
Arena's
just
like,
stands
"We
back.
are what?" She's also oblivious, so she's like, Arena doesn't pick up that that's what she's saying necessarily. And then Arena, she continues the prayer to you and like tries to help guide you.
Try and reach out to him personally. And then she puts hand back on the sword. She's still got to guard Perrin. Perrin, you start to shake a little less, And the hand begins to move away from the ring. Arena, as you feel that charisma blossom within you, the prayer leaving your lips, he has a 1d4 for the next minute. What do you do?
Yeah, I think Arena just kind of says,
Perrin, you have to try. You have to use your mind. Don't let it control you.
Do you implicitly trust Arena?
Yeah.
Really? Arena, make a persuasion check with advantage.
There are again certain scenarios where I would not, but like 90% of the time. When it matters. Oh
9.
God.
I'm terrible at that at persuasion stuff.
He was the one who
Should have
made
given
you put this
myself a
ring on.
1d4. What?
He was the one that made you put this ring on.
I was the one that made you put the ring on. It's true.
I'm gonna have to disintegrate you, Perrin. Hold your hand
Arena
out.
looks back at Talia and says,
I think it's too strong, whatever is inside there.
and
What sort
Arena
of
will
coward hides in a
pull
ring?
Arena will pull Skith to the side, and before she does so, she'll ask Talia, like,
Do you think you all can watch over him for a moment?
Hey, Arena. We're waiting here. Perrin hasn't shown up yet, but it's probably going to be at least another hour until he does so. Anything we should know beforehand?
Perrin won't be coming. He put on a ring and now he's cursed, and we're trying to deal with that situation right now.
Sorry, what?
Yep. That's what's happening.
Can I help in any way?
I don't know, you tell me. We're trying to figure it out. A paladin removed curse, but it's not working.
I'm not a paladin. I
got an idea though.
and if Talia can, Arena is waiting for a response from her because she asked her that too.
Sorry, what do you ask, Talia? Sorry.
She said, "Do you think you guys can watch over him?"
Oh, and they're like, go on.
Yeah, and then Arena will be like, tug at Skith's dress or robe, whatever at the bottom.
My dress. Okay. Yes.
It's like a dress robe thing.
Could I try to intimidate him to take it off?
Try if you want.
Perrin, you
she's tugging
better
at you,
take that
she'd be
ring
like-
off right now. Or I'm never going to trust you with magical items again. We've got to hurry up and heal your arm. You're wasting our time.
Cannot trust Skith. Skith, he wants it for himself.
Marina will tug at him and be like,
Fine.
Come here.
and when we're out of
follow her.
earshot, if he goes with me, when we're out of earshot, Arena will be like,
Maybe we should legend lord the ring. Maybe there's some information that will help us with the curse.
You can't, Arena. I need a long rest to get my charges back.
Ugh,
My
you're
cloak
right.
has no charges left.
Oh, that's right.
They
that's
all
why
vanished.
The stars are gone.
Hmm.
We charged it before. Maybe if I cast something at you.
I'm not quite sure that's how it works.
Doesn't charge it, it just allows him to catch a spell.
okay.
I need charges to do that as well.
All right. Well,
I can wait until tomorrow and try.
then
We can just
maybe
lock
should
him in
go
the
to-
basement.
You don't get enough
rotate-
charges. Legend lore is gonna be days.
Oh,
Is
it's
it
Yeah,
only a
'cause
day.
Yeah.
The downside of the cloak is it's slow charging.
Yeah.
Was it 4
Um,
per day you get?
Oh, the cloak is like 1 per day.
3. I think it's three per day.
3, okay. It'll be 2 days.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time, and a lot of situations where Perrin has all of his capabilities unlocked.
Arena. Well, basically, well, I think she tells Skith.
Maybe you can talk to Talia and convince them to put a guard rotation on Perrin.
I don't know that they need convincing to put a guard rotation on me right now.
I know, but Arena's not good at talking to people. So just in case they're like, we were gonna leave, you know. I don't know.
Okay, I talked to some people here about curses. Do you have anyone with remove curse there?
I told you we already had a paladin try that and it didn't work.
Okay. Have you tried talking to him?
Yes, he doesn't trust us.
Does he trust me?
I don't know, maybe?
I can't talk to him. I can only talk to you with the book.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
What? How long do you want me to wait?
I'm gonna need money, and I need to. Someone carry me.
Arena's like looking around, like, what is going on in her head?
Pietro's got an idea, but he's not really telling me what it is.
You can't run and write. It's the downside of the book.
Yeah, so I guess we'll just wait. Rotation, guard, Perrin.
Okay. Perrin. About 2 minutes later,
Mm-hmm.
you hear in your head,
Hi, Perrin. Gotta be quick. You're stronger than this. I know you can do it. Please, think of everything you've done so far. Dragon Punch out.
do you trust Pietro implicitly?
Yeah.
That cost him all his walking around money.
Ooh.
Luckily, the House of the Dead is in the trade district, and sending's a common enough spell. And he can minor illusion a Perrin, so they know who to contact. He was like, quick, this is my friend. His name is Perrin. I need you to contact him for me. Right. Pietro. Persuasion. Plus a d4.
14, that's good.
15.
Good.
DC was 15.
Oh, thank God.
And as you think about the scaly little companion, tell me why you trust Pietro.
For the entire time he's been part of the team, He's always placed his life in our hands. And anytime we're given the opportunity, we put our lives in his. He's got no ulterior motives. He's purely devoted to his friends.
And while Skith has many reasons to have ulterior motives, but you still should trust him. And Irina doesn't really have ulterior motives, but maybe she is misled or sometimes ill-informed, and she's trustworthy. But Pietro doesn't have ulterior motives, and that gets through to you. Your entire party were right, and they really do have your back. And with one massive shake, as the hand is kind of traveling past your wrist as you're actually moving away from the ring, you just grab it, yank, and you almost break your own finger with the speed you do this. But the ring comes off. And with that, the attunement instantly breaks, as it was kind of on the verge anyway.
It's like, as it happens, Perrin's like, ah, and like rolls away from it and like flings it with what little force he can with his like bound hands behind his back. It just like flips it away from him, rolls the other way.
I'll try to catch it.
Make me a dexterity roll.
Oh, you're really making me do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
12.
Boom.
Cool. You catch it. Tink.
Stick this in your bag, Irina.
Yeah, Irina opens up the pouch unless you put it in.
Drop it in there. Bag of holding, right?
Perrin will
You
start.
are no longer attuned to it, so.
Yeah. Perrin will start getting like starting to get up, being like, "Ah, oh, it worked." And
As
then
soon as you try and get up, you kind of fall over because of manacles.
yeah, and well, I imagine it's like a very awkward like roll over onto front and like push up onto. It's a big struggle. But then, if I've still got time before it fades, I'll just say, "Thank you, Pietro. It worked."
You do. You get to reply in a short time. And then Pietro replies to Irina.
It worked! It worked! It worked! Irina's like freaking out and she's hugging Perrin, holding the pouch out with a weird ring in.
Be careful, Irina. His arm.
Also,
Try not to touch his arm.
Arathane says he is interested to know what could cause Perrin so many problems.
Oh, it is probably a long story. We shall tell him when we arrive.
Is Arathane there?
That is what... I think he went to get a messaging stone or something. Or a spell to talk to Perrin. I don't know.
He used sending to help push me over the line.
Thank goodness for Pietro. I wasn't sure what we were going to be able to do until tomorrow, if not.
Well, maybe now we can get back to dealing with the previous issue, and I look down at my bad arm.
Well, I guess since we're not needed anymore, everyone put blades away. And I believe there is a warhorse on the road outside who seems very protective of some gear.
Yes, that's mine. I thought it best to, arrive as unarmed as I could be.
Perrin, there are people out here demanding access to your blades. They say it is unsafe to leave such items merely on the road. I will not let them close.
It's okay, Thunder. They're here to recover them from me. The battle is won.
Won by you, I presume.
With a little help from some friends.
Of course. Your allies are part of your strength. Only the foolish consider their strength to be theirs and theirs alone.
This horse is awesome.
I might just be like Sonnet. This horse is the wisdom of 20.
Yeah, I'll offer my hands and ankles to be unmanacled and be like, sorry to be such a disruption to your duties.
I believe you're owed at least a 3 spot of being manacled, roughly treated, and having a somewhat potent spell cast on you for all you've done here. So consider that, I guess, our gratitude. My apologies that it is so unfortunate for you.
I'll be more careful about what I attune to in future.
I believe... Let me just talk to one of the clerics at the back, the one who actually cast Enhanced Ability on Arena. Well, I assume, if I understand, you have a sorcerer and artificer. You two?
Mm-hmm.
I assume you know to identify items, and you identified it, and obviously you didn't know it was cursed.
That is true. I have been thinking of how to, detect curse, but I mean, that just went into my head now, but I don't have something like that at the moment. Arena rambles, as she always does.
It is notoriously difficult to detect curses. Some powerful divination abilities can. I would just advise you to be careful, and there have been a few theories. Have a look. I am not an expert in the matter, but be careful.
All right.
Really kind of was like, thanks for the advice. That's not helpful
I
necessarily.
think you're getting lectured, Arena.
My country, the Concordat of the Sword, is a little bit leery towards artificers, and there are several reasons for that. One of them being concerns over the security of certain magical items. I am not an expert in this theory, but from what I understand, magical items that you attune to offer a gateway directly to the soul. And this is part of a problem with cursed items, but also certain things that artificers can do with that.
You should be more careful about wizards, not artificers. Wizards are very sneaky.
I can assure you that all I want to do is make sure everyone is safe.
Well, of course. Isn't people or a problem? Is more the consequences of the certain skill sets and how they can be misapplied. I, again, am only a mere paladin that looks at Perrin. Very good at being given the tools to cast spells and instead just using them to blow things up.
It's kind of what got me into this mess.
Yes. I believe
Soul into this myth.
if you want, I can check the name of one of the academics on the subject if you wish to go look up more information on it. I saw that you were a book learner, thought if that would be of help to you.
Wouldn't mind having some leads to follow.
Okay. They go check with the cleric, and they come back, and they give you a name. Is she the philosopher? which is a Patreon name. And if anyone wishes to do so, they may make a history check, but none of you are going to be particularly low DC on this one, because totally wrong region for you.
25.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna take that name. Add it to my notes.
I can give it a go, but there's basically no point after that roll.
Is there a picture of your arm, Perrin?
Oh god.
Ew.
It's
It's
dripping.
very.
Okay.
What's
Maybe
wrong
add
with the other
bones to your
one? It's like
armor.
lumpy.
Perrin,
It's strong.
absolutely no idea.
Yep, I got
Skip.
a 7.
That's some person from the Sword Concordat. Yeah, the place that technically is still at war with the Ashir Satrapy, whatever.
Whatever.
Arena. A cleric wizard? Weird combo. Known for theories and kind of practical, the age of practical theory, where divine meets arcane, and kind of like what the near future could hold based on what is currently ongoing or current stuff. The kind of what could be the future practical cases based on current theory. And you'd probably know the concept name of malicious design, which is not a cursed item. A maliciously designed item is an item that is functionally designed to do something that takes advantage of the typical item system. But it's not a curse. Because a curse is something that kind of is on top of an existing item. Malicious design is inbuilt. And you know from the fact you've got a very high arcana and you're an artificer, if it's inbuilt, in theory, you could spot that. There are ways to hide things magically, but you can't necessarily 100% hide just looking for the signs of an item that's
What
actually...
would I know? How would I know to look for that when I'm identifying an item?
Don't use the identify spell, because there are
Okay.
spells that can block or mislead the identify spell.
Okay. So what I
You
use
would
in place
know
of that?
that, but it maybe had slipped your mind. The fact this comes up would you remember malicious design is often deliberately done to mislead the identify spell because people over rely on it sometimes.
So what would they use instead?
People would still use the identify spell because it's really, really helpful, but if you were like a king or someone where security is really important,
Yeah.
you'd probably also have a very, very good arcanist, someone with the arcana skill, have an eyeball of the item. Have a look.
Okay.
See what you see in terms of what it functionally does.
So
Because-
identify it and then arcana check it to make sure that there's no other underlying things. Okay.
Because you probably be able to spot something. And that something might be
Arena-
very simple, like you see, hey, why does this ring have an evocation effect when it's meant to be a ring of breathing water? Like, you spot something weird.
Yeah, Arena kind of has a moment and then she starts rambling on about malicious designs and like all this stuff. So you guys are informed of what she knows. Starting off with like that it's a cleric wizard.
That's a weird combination. I've never seen it really before.
And then she just kind of rambles on and tells you all that stuff so we don't have to spend more time with it. And kind of ends it with,
In the future, after we identify an item, we should probably make sure that we check it for any mechanic specialties.
Arena says, looking at Perrin.
Probably for the best, especially when we recover them from the kind of places this came from.
I totally forgot about it. We've been so busy, and when we get new items, we just try to put them on so that we can deal with whatever is coming our way next. Speaking of which, I really need to sleep.
Strangely, it's still only kind of like mid to late afternoon, but yeah, for you it's been about 6 to 8 hours longer because of the time shift.
I suppose I need to get back on the road.
I'm hungry.
Paladins, the paladin, like Talia does say to you, if you need to, you have had a long day. If you stay here tonight, we were planning to send a small delegation back to the House of the Dead to discuss potential slightly longer term cooperation, considering the reduced numbers. We can travel back with you tomorrow, and a couple of us can maybe prepare spells that might delay any issues with your arm. I cannot guarantee it. None of us are dedicated healers, I'm afraid. My specialty is quite like your own, I understand. But
We'll give it a try. If things take a turn for the worse, I can head out and see.
It's up to you, but that arm is starting to smell.
That's the least of my worries.
Sorcerer, do you not have access to prestidigitation? Pretty much every sorcerer I know has.
I'm supposed to ask permission before I use that.
Please ask him for permission.
Well, I think from like, does prestidigitation risk me losing? Like, what if it's like, oh, this finger that's hanging off, this shouldn't be there, and like cleans that away, or is it?
It won't.
It doesn't
get rid
actually
of
clean
objects.
it.
It just kind of gets rid of
Okay,
dirt and smell. It
Yeah,
won't get rid of a physical item.
I give permission.
Still a cantrip.
Flowers.
There, the smell goes. You smell the flowers.
Does it seem any better in other ways, or is it just as bad looking?
Oh
as
no.
before?
It's like you just went and you got like a can of Lynx and you sprayed it over the top of like a dead rat.
Yeah.
You know,
So breeze
it's still
it.
a dead rat.
Like in case it cleaned any of the, horribleness.
I don't know. Maybe if someone has access to gentle repose, no one it's for dead bodies, but I'm not certain. We'll walk you back tomorrow. I think a few of us have steeds we can summon. I see that your artificer friend has her own mount. Your sorcerer is on foot. We can work something out.
Right.
I'm not very adept at riding horses, but I can manage maybe.
Okay. So, would you like to take a long rest?
Yes.
Yep.
I need points and things.
Okay.
And I think, even though I don't know if we would need to in this circumstance, probably best that we take watch, but the watch is on Perrin's arm.
Pretty much everyone there, and Hans, when he gets back, insists that you don't take watch, you rest, and Hans point blank insists and says, "Do not worry, that's our job. Get the fuck to sleep."
Okay. Well, I was just worried that like if I'm asleep for like 8 hours, that's a long time for the arm to go bad to worse. If,
No, they're definitely gonna have someone watching you. Just
okay,
in
as long
case.
as someone's looking at my arm and checking like how white my face is and stuff like that, just in case I'm just quietly dying.
No, they have someone checking on you also for residual issues of the curse, but they also have someone checking on Skith because Skith is noticeably kind of still suffering effects from the day from multiple things that reduce his life force. Speaking of which, over the course of the long rest, they all disappear.
Oh,
Nice.
So your 48
worried.
HP. I will now hit the fancy script, which is HP Keeper. Change both. Oh no, HP Keeper. Restore. It goes back to 66. So your HP can go back up to 66. Done. Also, Pietro, before you go to bed, would briefly talk to Arena. You know, is there anything I can do? If you mention the name Issue of the Philosopher, Pietro would offer to pop to the library and check if there are any articles or books they can grab.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Okay. In which case,
More-
I will give it to you during the break so that you have time to have a look.
There might be some other books that we'll want him to snag. Actually, no, some of those we'll probably have to go get access to fancy libraries for. Some of the downtime research that we want to do.
Oh yeah,
I don't know if
that would
Pietro
take,
would be able to
that
get.
would take like weeks to do downtime, big things. But like, Pietro's
No, I
gonna...
meant for him to like collect some of the books on those topics, but yeah.
Okay, but I'll let you have it now so that you can have a quick like glance over it in the break, so that we don't have to do it
Ooh,
on
okay.
screen. But
Ooh.
this is what Pietro will present you with as soon as you get within sight of the city, because Pietro will be at the edge of the city waiting for you, because Pietro's worried.
Oh, okay. Aww. See, now he knows how I feel about him. He stresses me out, man. Oh gosh, this is a lot to read. Cool.
Oh yeah. So, you know, you don't need to fully read it, but it's a skim, and this is the important article by Ishii, the philosopher, which they had in the library.
Right.
And which he
Copying
probably
this into
just
my notes.
ask Arathane, to be honest, and Arathane would think him. Perrin, sort yourself for a long rest. I will sort you during the break.
I'm gonna sort him.
And Skith, your HP's been sorted. Cool. I think that's everything. In which case, we'll go to a break. We'll be back in about 8 to 10 minutes. It might be towards 10, so that people can have a little bit longer to have a glance at the text. And I can do a little bit of tweaking with Perrin's life force. We'll be back shortly. So enjoy some break time. Go check your
Awesome
arm's still
fan art.
attached, and kiss your friendly pangolin from potentially saving your ass. And
Aw.
thank your gnome family for still being alive.
I don't think we're ever gonna get a break. No, I'm just kidding.
And I'm gonna give the Of Gods and Towers book to Arena's friend.
No.
No, you can, but Arena does not approve. So if you're doing it, you're doing it on your own.
Unless you specifically told me in character not to give them reading materials, I might, if they come and up and talk to me, I might give them gold and books, because
Golden books.
golden books, and they can put them together.
Oh
I-
my gosh.
Perrin is your character
Break
sheet.
times.
Bye. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back.
Hello.
So, over the course of the night, people are worried about Perrin.
Mm-hmm.
But while they check, he is still alive.
Good to know.
And so, although they wake him up a couple of times and check that he can be woken up, okay, they let him go back to sleep. In the morning,
We might need another parent intervention. I'm just kidding.
as you all wake up, Perrin is noticeably drained a bit more of color. The arm is not healed, but more scarred over and looks like a kind of a bit more like a twisted lump of flesh almost. Like all those openings and holes have kind of healed, but in a, if they could heal, not in a magical healing with no blemishes, like horrific lumps of scars and tissue in all those places. And Perrin, you notice that as you get up and start moving around, everything's very still. And you realize why it's so still. You do not draw breath.
There's a moment where Perrin's like thinking and then goes, and like as he realizes he wasn't breathing, and then like starts and then is like, and then stops breathing, and waits and kind of carries on. You know, getting ready to head out, but like tests it.
Arena, Skith, make me perception rolls.
16.
Looking good today, Perrin.
Yep. Skith's
Just rolled a
like,
3.
yep, where's the fish? Straight to the kitchen.
Breakfast.
Arena, however, ever looking at Perrin's buff bod, notices that overnight, Perrin has definitely lost some muscle mass.
Yeah, as Skith walks away, going off to get his breakfast, Arena looks at Perrin and is like,
Are you all right?
That's the big question. I don't know.
I don't. I'm worried about you.
I don't think I don't think I need to breathe.
Arena, what?
Perrin,
What?
yesterday, you worked very hard, a lot of fighting, and you feel your stomach rumble a bit. And outside, you see the kids playing, the gnome children running around. And you feel something in your arm move. And you suddenly feel hungry. But not in a way that feels like hunger. Just eat to take a bite of the food stuff, but hunger to drain something.
Maybe you need some food. You look like you lost a lot of weight.
Arena is full of vibrant energy. She's so bouncy and always so full brimming of life.
Yes, maybe some food and then we shouldn't waste any more time.
And Marina looks very concerned about you. He said he felt like he didn't have to breathe. Is that what he said to her?
You notice that when he says that, he actively breathes in and then speaks.
Are you standing or sitting or laying down still?
Standing by now, I presume he's going about his day, probably like packing up his things and
Okay.
that kind of
Because
thing.
if you were still laying down or sitting, Arena might try to like touch your lungs or something, like, you know.
Touch
figure
your
out
lungs.
not like you know, touch your chest and try to like do some kind of medical check on you. But if you're standing, that's a lot harder. Arena is a Capri Sun. She's like a little she's like a little juice snack. Because she's so tiny. Okay,
So brimming
sorry, the
full
chat's
of life.
cracking me up. She acts like she's packing up, but she's more looking at you very uberly concerned. And just does not let you out of her sight. And as soon as she can talk to Skith is going to. And I'm fully combat prepared. Like that. That's
Oh
what
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Perrin's just gonna make sure he's ready to go as soon as the paladins are ready to go. He's not like, he doesn't want to waste any time. He's like, I want to make sure that as soon as we're setting off, I'm not holding anybody up.
For a long rest, we only get half our hit dice.
Get
back,
half
right?
your maximum hit die back, yeah.
Yeah. Cool,
Is
thank
it
you.
rounded up or down?
Run it down, always ran down in D&D.
Okay. This I forget about this because it never comes up. We don't do that many.
Yeah, I never used that many, but this
Although,
time
if you
I
have
did.
one hit dice, you would never get hit dice back. So maybe it's exception to the rule. I'd have to look it up. Either way, for now, just go with round down because it's the general rule.
Yeah, it's fine by me. We don't short
I
rest
doubt
that
it'll
often.
be an issue unless you're planning on doing something, Perrin.
Nope.
Mhm. Did you two try the muffins?
Arena's behind Perrin, pointing at him, being like, "He's being weird." She's motioning at Skith. This.
I can do this too, Arena.
So Arena is behind Perrin's ankle.
Yeah.
Is everything all right?
You're smart though. You should be able to figure out like.
Yeah, if you give him the data, but he won't find the data.
She's like pointing at him and being like, something's
Mhm.
not right. Right. But like,
How's the arm feeling, Perrin?
Pretty much the same. It looks better, kind of. Not
At this
much.
point, Talia
Marina's
walks
shaking
in.
her head like,
You're awake. We should travel fast. We were worried about you last night. It seemed at several points you stopped breathing, but when we interrupted your sleep, you got up and talked normally. Obviously, a little bit surprised. We had woken you from quite a deep slumber. Your arm seems to have healed. You did. Your color has faded a bit, and you seem to have lost a little weight, but it has healed. We are a little concerned, so we think it best if we travel fast.
I agree. I'm ready to be underway.
I'm a lot.
Let's
of
go.
concerned.
Here, I grabbed you a muffin, Perrin. Hand him the muffin.
I take the muffin.
Hand him a cog, dear.
Arena will take 2 muffins. One for now and one for later.
All the cogdeers file out to say goodbye, and Perrin, as you look at each of them in turn, so innocent, so very full of just individual drops of life, but so easy to take.
I think Perrin stays away from them as much as is polite. and just gives like, respectful nods when addressed and stuff. Like I don't know what's going on here, and I don't like it.
Arena is definitely like, why are you acting so strange? Arena will hug her family, give them all kisses.
Arena, you should make sure to eat your greens and also remember, always round your hit dice up after you have a long rest. Because you do round your hit dice up after a long rest. There you go.
It was a pleasure meeting you,
I know,
Cogdias.
Mom. I know.
It was very strange, but you did save the rest of the family, so.
We'll have to make sure to visit when I've overthrown my brother and taken control of our kingdom.
They kind of give you a sure look. And so that you can travel without having to ride a horse, there is a cart with a couple of little ponies,
Aww.
and Blablin is moving all his crates out of it. Need to borrow the cart. I find they have paid for it. If they bring it back, or it is for you. No, they do not mind so much. Please. What do you think for a good Dragonborn future customer like yourself?
Ah, yes.
Arena's gonna inspect the cart. To make
Merchant
sure
of
it's
fine
functional.
tastes, clearly.
Sure, make a intelligence check, but add your proficiencies. So intelligence, then we'll just add 4 to it, because I don't know what cart tools are, but you're probably proficient in them.
Okay, just like roll a history check or something then. Or yeah,
Just roll int, because
Okay.
that way it'll be in the log, but we can add 4 to it after.
19.
23.
Mm.
I mean, there are something Blablin probably cuts corners on. But the cart he uses to move stuff around is not one of them. It's a well-maintained cart.
Okay.
Because you can cut corners on many things in life. The things that go between you and the ground and things that move your produce from where you produce it to where you sell it is not one of them. And Blablin is intelligent. He may not be the same alignment as Arena, but he's intelligent. The cart is well maintained. The ponies are ponies and not really used to moving fast or with a skiff, but they are used to moving, crates, etc. And while, if you move at a bit of a fast pace-ish, they'll be okay to the hero ras. I wouldn't go beyond there because you will probably wear them out. But yes, they'll be fine for today, provided you move at a reasonable pace and not trying to go fast. It is a cart still.
Okay, cool. Arena will ride Corvid Bot and follow along.
Okay.
Just want to make sure something was going to be wrong with the cart.
Okay.
Before Skith got in it.
So, they start a rotating movement pattern that involves casting low-level movement spells on the ponies to allow them to move a little bit faster while trying to keep a decent pace going on the way to the hero ras.
I maintain false life on myself and therefore also the horse.
Okay.
And Arena does give Blablin a good handshake. Not a hug, but a handshake. And says,
Thank you for helping with my family.
This was unexpected. I haven't actually decided what to say. Well, of course. But put it this way. Oleonar tinkerers are not a common breed, and there is not many of us left. So maybe we should put certain animosities to the side for now.
Arena will shake his hand to that and say,
Then we have a truce.
A truce. He says begrudgingly, but also you can tell that he's like, I'm not begrudging there being a truce. I'm begrudging the fact that you're the one who said it first, and I'm having to agree to you.
fair enough.
He doesn't at all disagree with it. It's mostly that he's mad that he's having to agree with you.
And then she'll hop on to Corvid Bot, look back at her family. We have a tradition where we all pulled out like little white handkerchiefs and we wave them.
Nesta holds out a little black and white handkerchief that's got little ravens on it.
Aww.
Arena, I'm sorry we can't give you a health potion this time. I think we may need them more than you.
You keep them for yourselves. Be safe.
Hopefully we will see you soon. Please don't let Perrin lose the arm.
And Arena says like a quiet prayer for herself, for her family.
And then, probably because, you didn't keep it particularly quiet yesterday, your mum shouts out just as you're kind of getting a bit too far away. Next time you give him a ring, make sure it's not a cursed one, preferably with a nice big gem.
Arena turns bright
Do I
red, but
hear
she has a
that?
helmet on. She has a helmet on. You can't see it.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Six.
Oh, phew.
6.
RNG.
Surprisingly,
Thank you.
you're middle of casting like false life and being talked to by a couple of paladins at the front.
Wait, Perrin's got a lot
So-
on his mind
oh.
at the current moment, so like,
You do hear her shout something about the ring.
okay.
But the exact wording, because Arena's towards the back saying goodbye to the family, and you're deliberately keeping far away, exact wording is lost. Skith may hear it if Skith wishes to.
Just rolling my eyes.
Okay.
I've seen the list, or I've heard of the list several times.
It is Garsamore, a saga of will they, won't they?
Oh yeah, the dice. The dice want it to continue.
Yeah.
So,
I love. Although Perrin did, like many episodes ago, get some indication of something, but
That he
I
was
don't
in
think
Skith.
he. Maybe.
yeah. So, anyone want to do anything on the ride, or are you good to kind of zoom out to the map and you just watch the little line?
I'll talk to Thunder for a little bit. I meant to on the original journey, and then things happened. But at some point, we'll just have a private telepathic conversation with Thunder, and say, I don't know how familiar you are with the way this plane works, especially in recent times.
I am unfamiliar with many things. Everything seems, on one level, so familiar, but on another level, I feel, to borrow a metaphor, like I was just born yesterday.
There are generally in our line of work, there are a lot of very dangerous situations we end up in. Situations that threaten the lives of me and my friends.
Is this the part where you tell me that I am going to be in danger by traveling with you, and that if I wish, you would de-summon me from your service?
I don't think there'll often be reason for me to de-summon you. More so, there are times when you will undoubtedly be killed.
Well, I can only hope for a swift and glorious end, and hopefully one that is meaningful and buys time for my friends and allies.
There may also come times, I'm afraid, where I might have to make choices between defending my friends and defending you, and
I am aware that I can come back as often as you can do your magics. I understand your friends do not have that ability, being mere sacks of flesh and blood. I understand your limitations of your form. Please, I am here to serve and help. Take full advantage of my service.
I'm glad you understand. I didn't want you to end up feeling betrayed.
Well, while you uphold the oath of vengeance and continue to serve as you have done so, I will be at your side.
Thank you. You've already been a great help.
I have been nothing more than a riding horse, albeit one with majestic hair. But very well, if that is what you desire, I'm happy to oblige.
Excellent. I look forward to our future work together.
And I too, Perrin of the Blade Breaking.
It's becoming something of a habit, isn't it?
From what I understand, when I have tried to look at myself in the shiny objects that many of your compatriots wear, the sigil on my forehead does seem to resemble such a crest. It seems you have earned something in the eyes of higher powers.
I hope that's a good thing.
It is certainly a thing. I cannot say I am versed in celestial politics.
I'm good. I just wanted Thunder to be warned that at some point, like, he's probably gonna die because I go and save somebody else.
Thunder's okay with this. Also, Thunder, as part of the summoning, is kind of made to be okay with this, so...
Yeah. Which makes Perrin feel slightly bad that, like, pretty much no matter what he does, the horse will be loyal to him.
I mean, you know, maybe make another Seal of Tharisden or whatever, and then summon Thunder and see what happens.
Oh god. How many episodes before we accidentally, like, make him into a real horse?
Time will only tell. at this point.
You've already made things a lot more complicated for me by having Pietro
I'm
as like
sorry.
a permanent off-camera secretary
We
who
just need-
admittedly has saved your ass.
We just need
But-
to avoid battling near soul forges or whatever the hell was going on in that behemoth.
Anyway, okay. Anyone want to do anything on the trip back, or are you good, Doug?
I think I'm good.
Okay.
I don't know about Cobalt.
I'm good.
Get to the crossing. The Knights of the Argent Flame have already kind of arranged ahead of time for there to be a barge. And there's a barge waiting, so they will just load on, takes you across. And on the other side, Pietro, who provides you with what appears to be kind of a sheath of parchment that is what apparently is a copy of an article.
So I asked Arathane, and he said he thought he had something. And apparently, this is the article he had on the concept of malicious design. It's apparently about the idea that you can create an item to deliberately disguise what it does. Apparently, there's a second level spell called Nistel's Magic Aura, or something that basically misleads divination magic, which we all rely on. Called identify. Whoops.
Arena will take the article and
Thank you for finding this. You have no idea what kind of day we've had yesterday. It was the longest day. Well, the longest day ever.
and Arena will like proceed
It
to
feels like it lasted like 7 episodes or something.
Arena will proceed to share what information she's willing to share in front of people, but later she will share the rest of the details in private as well. Fill him in on all of the things, but tell him the things he should not share with people externally.
So, the current intention is that they're going to take you to the House of the Dead. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Arathane in town? Or is he communicating with like Ascending Stone?
Everything's in
or-
every
Yeah,
big
everything-
town.
Everything's
I think
always
can
there.
be. Because
Yeah.
from what you understand, the Arathane
He has to, like, go
Emporiums
through.
like are kind of semi-linked, and that he
Mhm.
then can teleport to them somehow. You don't know. He comes out of the back room, but he can be in them.
I wonder if
Okay.
Arathane
You could ask
stole
Pietro. Pietro's been talking quite openly this time, so you could ask Pietro.
I wonder if Arathane stole a door from a tower to make his thing.
Yeah, I wonder.
Is there a way you can set up a meeting with Arathane for me, Pietro?
Oh, Arathane is definitely here and says that he's gonna be here for a bit. He said he probably would have been here anyway, considering what happened in the last day.
That
But
makes sense.
after what I told him about Lord Curse and then about Ishi, he already kind of suspects, obviously, because, yeah, and a few other things. So he has said he'll definitely stick around for a bit, and has requested if you wouldn't mind swinging by at some point.
I'm sure we need to see him anyway to exchange some items and maybe pick up some other ones.
That's true.
I would like a private audience.
Arena looks at him.
Oh.
Do you not trust us?
No, I just have private business that doesn't regard you two.
1 second.
Pietro opens his book.
Insight
Right.
check.
Skith would like a private audience.
I would like a private audience.
I trust Skith that he just
Arathane
he
says,
has some-
sure, he would be happy to.
Ah, wonderful.
Pietro just has like a dial in to
Pietro
like
filled in the
everybody.
last name in his book.
Interesting.
Mm.
You can always change it, but there's no point leaving it blank. So
Yeah.
why not put Arathane in it for now?
Oh gosh, Earthen gets to hear random Pietro thoughts.
Not random. If he overdoes it, Arathane is capable of just blocking it.
Fair, fair.
Yeah,
We
once he
only
has
use
the
this
mind
number for
shielding
business
ring.
calls.
I mean, rings of the Mouth shielding are like only uncommon. They're definitely top tier
Okay.
uncommon. I would maybe put them bottom tier rare, but like for Arathane, not a problem.
Yeah, he can source whatever he needs. Makes sense.
So, as you head towards the House of the Dead, the area's definitely been cleared. A big effort has been made. Signs of battle are still there in some of the more major bits of damage. But there is no sign of bodies, there is no sign of blood. The
Mhm.
benefit of having Prestidigitation only be a cantrip is that, unlike, oh no, the bloodstain has seeped in, we have in the modern day, provided it isn't really seeped in and left, it is very easy to clean. And so, while damage looks fresh, particularly where things were not clean breaks, and so haven't been able to be subject to the mending spell, the outside looks fine. However, when you get inside, it's still not open to the public, but you are let in, obviously. There are several more guards, a lot of them looking a lot fresher and younger than you'd expect, and a lot of them looking like they are Midnight Feather who are doing Ebon and Claw roles. That is, people who are not meant to be doing frontline military roles or wearing, frontline armor, who are, for now, in that role. And as soon as you get inside, Fallen Raven, all the Faceted Mirror, the illusions, still there, still shattered and broken. Bits of it have been moved. A walkway has been cleared. All the bodies have been collected. That was their first concern. But the sheer amount of damage in 24 hours has not been a thing that they could deal with. As soon as you're in, however, you being somewhat central to all of this. Oh, hey, you're back. I've been waiting a little while. I did say you were going to be successful, and I did apologize. I know I wasn't meant to strictly. Bridget Rosenworth runs straight up to you. I know I wasn't meant to let you technically pillage the storeroom and give it all to you, but they kind of said that it was fine considering the circumstances.
Don't worry, we didn't use anything. You can have everything back.
And Arena
Hand to the
will
bag.
begin taking everything out of the bag of
You probably
holding.
got given it in a sack, and since you never actually got anything out, you can probably just call the sack.
Call
and
the
would
sack.
still have
Okay, if
everything
it could
in
fit inside, yeah. Because
Yeah.
I moved everything to the Thenry one so that I don't have to use that infusion.
Okay, in which
anymore.
case,
Yeah.
and the Thenry one I think Perrin has. So
Well, I have it.
Oh, you have both.
Yeah.
Arena can have it if she's
Okay.
Yeah.
using.
'Cause we're gonna swap. We're gonna swap it so that I don't have
Right,
to have
okay.
my.
Yeah, you just pull the sack out, and she's like, "Oh." Well, they weren't mad anyway. They were kind of mad that I had the key to the actual. Anyway, not a matter.
Yeah, we did not give Perrin back anything after he
Oh yeah.
had weird ring problems and he has a weird hand.
You're looking a bit thinner, and your arms. Oh, that's nasty. Right. So, I heard that you weren't successful in grabbing most of the items, but you were successful in grabbing.
Arena pulls out this beautiful armor piece.
That is so. Just looks around like, I'm blaspheming here. Probably shouldn't anyway. Raven. Everything cool. I've never actually got to see it. They never actually let me in the vault. I kept having to, and then
It's beautiful.
It really is. We tried it on.
I'm going to be honest, I did. I didn't attune to it or anything like that, but I did put it on and it felt really cool.
Let me guess. Looks at Perrin. He told you not to. He definitely told you to. She's looking at Skid like.
He wasn't there. And 100%.
We can't hear you, Cobalt. You're talking.
Said,
smack,
oh, what?
but-
What? It's her grandmother's armor. She might as well try it on.
Hey, no. Oh, wait.
It's like
And
passing
then-
down a wedding dress.
You see a human, long flowing black robes. Kind of very. The ends of them are kind of normal, kind of flowing fabric. The top is kind of very starched black, almost like it's a suit dress.
Oh.
With a kind of tiara of raven feathers, long black hair, walks forwards. Miranda Dark. I'm
Arena looks at her a little
sorry
freaked out.
You didn't get to speak earlier.
Can I insight check her?
Yeah, oh, totally.
I suppose I will, but Perrin isn't expecting there to be anything. He's like, no,
16.
That was a misdirect.
Let me.
16.
Okay, I guess I better do a roll then.
I'm thinking about if I should spend Flash of Genius because
17.
Arena's freaked out. But I think she won't. Oh yeah, all my stuff. I get all my stuff
Oh,
back.
yeah.
Oh no, Skiz.
Oh,
Ooh.
A 2. Yeah.
Okay.
And I get my votary back.
rolls have been so bad.
Oh,
Except for
dear.
my one perception check.
Up. Okay. I am Renadoc. I believe I am now the most senior member of the Church of the Raven Queen in Northern Nisa Lane, head of the Midnight Feather. I'm afraid I'm sorry to meet under such dire circumstances. I rolled surprisingly low. So,
cool.
Skip. Yeah, she's not out of her depth. She is someone who is competent, but having to switch, to doing other roles and covering a wide field, etc. Arena and Perrin, which, funnily enough, makes some sense. She is a little bit downplaying how well she knows you two, though she hasn't met you before. She is a little bit downplaying her competence, and there is a good reason why she wasn't at the House of the Dead, because she doesn't actually tend to be there very often. She is not Midnight Feather. She is not head of the Midnight Feather. She was never head of the Midnight Feather. But she is head of a different order.
Good.
And
Is it?
she
it
rolled
the
very
secret?
low.
Okay.
What are is it the Ebon Claw? Is that the secret one? Is
No,
that-
the Ebon Claw is the one Antok was actually head of.
Right, what's the
Yeah.
secret one called?
Sable Eye.
That's the
Yeah,
one.
same
Yeah.
line. Am I getting that indication? Like when I look at her little thing, does it have that glimmer?
Only
Like the
has that
Sable Eye
glimmer
one
if
does?
they wish it to be revealed.
Ah.
Skith, just to check what you know, roll me an int roll. The DC is high, but because you have traveled in political circles, it is possibly something you might know. Ah,
Nat 20.
okay.
There we go.
In which case, as the scion of nobility, specifically nobility who is on the edge of running country or section of country, etc. You know, your family has always been in charge of a quite large section of the Ashir sanctuary. This is something that, unlike the common folk, might actually well be known to you. Most people believe there to be two main orders. There are a lot of smaller orders that do very particular niche things, or like niche areas, or look after specific things. Two main orders of the Church of the Raven Queen. The Midnight Feather, who are basically your standard, we look after shrines, temples, churches, we do all the making sure the congregations, blah, 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 you know. They are your standard priests, preachers, and administration. There is the Ebon and Claw. Those are your warriors. Specifically, their job is military. You will also find them being the tier 2 security at places that warrant that. Midnight Feather might be the basic guards at non-important places, but like Ebon and Claw we are fighters, warriors, etc. That is our job. That is our role. And that's the two main orders. As far as most people in the world are concerned, there is a slight caveat for that. Those who know better, which apparently includes skill. There is a third, which is the intelligence gathering wing, who are also in charge of certain projects and who have always been a pretty potent part of a religious order, because the Church of the Raven Queen did begin as an insurrection against vampires, so having good information and counter-espionage was always something they valued. Sable Eye is the third branch, and while they aren't as powerful an espionage group as some in the world, for what is a pretty small religious faction, they're a pretty sizable little intelligence unit. And you are aware from a lot of Masha's notes that you uncovered that she was part of the Church of the Raven Queen, working on studying secret things, blah blah blah. And you also know that Masha then did a lot of stuff that involved pretending to be other people or liaising with, going to other places and chatting to weird foreign powers, and she was probably part of the Sable Eye. So Masha was probably part of the Sable Eye. And you would realize that instantly with your credit.
Yeah, that's.
But I
information we were
believe
told
her
by Vanya.
when she says she's who she is, because I rolled.
Yeah, you believe her, but
I know about this.
You know about the Sable Eye. So as
Thank
soon
you.
as the group, if they choose to mention it to you, bring it up, that is the background of what you know. And while it's not known to a lot of people, it's the case of as a political person, yes, they would be known. Because they are active, they aren't secret from other politically active people who have to worry about this kind of thing. But you believe her for now that she is Midnight Feather.
I will say in response to her, I'm glad there's someone that can step in and take charge. We're available to help where we can in rebuilding.
Well, if you have some downtime after your epic struggle, I would not say no.
I will help however I can, whatever I can do.
She's
No.
looking at her a little Runa's inspecting. She kind of lied, but interesting.
And because she is a shrewd operator, she's going to 100% insight the two of you So,
Fair enough.
oh yeah, I don't think Arena can actually pass that, but Perrin and Arena, feel free to make performance or deception checks just to kind of, if you wish to pretend you haven't caught on to who she is. If you wish to like let it slip and are happy that she knows that you know, that's fine. You don't need to roll. You can let her win.
Yeah, Arena
I
won't
think
roll.
I'm just gonna let it. It's like I'm like
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it out loud, but I'm going to act as if it has been said out loud, basically.
Right. And she, like, you see her kind of incline her head. She looks at Skith. I understand he is new to your party. But he did
Relatively.
also put his life on the line.
Absolutely.
I almost died 3 times.
I can't quite understand what... Something about you vexes me. But nonetheless,
About
Pardon?
or about Skith? Is that
okay.
what she was making? Okay.
I do know, however, who you are. And for that reason, I think we should probably have a chat a little further inside. And Bridget, you did well. You can maybe assist the pangolin with finishing off what you were working on the other day. Pietro, sorry. Shall we?
Lead the way.
Did Pietro tell me what he was working on the other day? Or no?
He hasn't yet, but you can ask.
Okay. All right. I will ask at some point.
Takes you towards the back, walks towards the room, walks in. It seems to be kind of a nondescript office. Closes the door. As soon as the door closes, there's no sound from outside.
Like silence spell or something?
A kind of a limited form of the silence spell, yes.
Mm.
But instead of being it silences everyone in the room, it silences travel between outside and
Is
inside.
this the first time we've experienced silence spell?
You've never encountered silence before, I believe, as a party, no.
I feel like Arena has heard about this in books, like, but this is her first time experiencing it, and she's kind of excited.
I feel like we run in. I mean, didn't we run into some form of that in the last house, even in the first room?
I thought so too, but a little
Never
different.
recall, but maybe.
Oh yeah, because you can't hear sounds from outside or inside.
Yeah, like
Oh,
Skith
that's not
couldn't hear the
silence, that's
gunshots
just-
that were being fired when I went in.
Yeah, that's not silence, but that's close. Yeah, it's similar effect. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what this is. That's actually closer to what this is than silence spell.
Yeah.
So, she invites you to take a seat.
Take a seat.
Or you know, well, is there somewhere I can sit? I can reach easily? Or are these like human-sized chairs?
As you look round, there is a small stool behind you. She taps on the table 3 times and 3 little stools appear.
Aw. Marina will pop onto one of the little stools.
Marina, what would be your idealized chair for this meeting?
I don't know.
Without like trying to think about it, what would Arena find comfortable for this meeting? Not just comfortable.
The
for,
most
like,
comfortable
relaxing,
chair
but
that she
comfortable
would
for this
find
meeting.
is like like those recliner chairs, like that you find
Would
in
she
like
be
your grandma's
comfortable
house.
in this meeting in that chair, or would she
Oh,
just
yeah.
be comfortable? Okay. Arena's chair stool instantly turns into kind of a lazy boy recliner,
Yeah,
sized
buddy.
just larger than a gnome, and she kind of
The ones that you kind of just sink into and it's comfy, you know?
Yep.
It's like got an ugly like print from your grandma's like curtains, old curtains.
It has exactly that same print. Not that you actually ever met your grandmother, so you're
My
kind of imagining.
grandfather, which
Okay.
probably the curtains were the same.
In which case, it's exactly the print of your grandfather's curtains. Perrin Skith, do you sit down watching this?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take a seat.
Okay, what chairs do you imagine?
I want a big red cushy chair with gold embroidering.
You get a big red cushy chair with gold embroidery.
These chairs really are defining our characters.
Perrin's chair is gonna be functional, good back support. It does have cushioning, but not like, you know, it's not tons, just enough so it's not uncomfortable. The chair where he can like relax and be in a chair upright for a meeting.
It's
like
like
wooden.
saving throw.
Charisma saving throw?
Stiff and rigid. Or this redundant.
17? It's very bad as
Yeah.
my charisma saving throws go.
You get a somewhat Spartan but rigid, good chair with a little bit of cushioning. Somewhat austere. It does look
Well,
like a lot of the color's been drained out of it.
Am I the only person with a charisma save strong enough to overcome this and have it just still be a stool?
No, you're the only person who has to make a charisma save.
Yeah, it's because you're a. Yeah.
All right, okay, that's
Is that
worrying.
what you really want, or do you want to eat?
Oh god, all right, that's where we're okay.
She sits down
no.
and
I eat
what
the
she
chair.
gets is a large, sprawling, plush wingback covered in black satin. So, I believe your friends understand already who I am. For your reference, Skith, formerly of House Arcanis, if I'm not correct, Clan Uldraroth. I didn't read the full intelligence update about what's happening yet in the Ashir Satrapy, but did I believe something to do with the House of War? A Ret? Something like that?
Do you know that? There was
I
very
am-
few people witness to that.
Well, enough people who talk. I am the leader of the Sable Eye of the Church of the Raven Queen.
Ah, I've heard of you. You must have known Masha then.
Just gonna look at Skiff like, really?
I would like to point out the timescales involved. Sadly, I am merely human. She, I believe, now that you have what I understand, you're not going to fill me in here? I believe you killed her, right?
Arena wants to know what she knows.
Perrin ain't saying anything until she says it. It's like,
Yeah.
As I understand it, you have killed her. But I would ideally would like you to
Give mercy. Same thing.
in the end, she did it herself.
Right. Well,
We tried to save her. Hey.
And Arena will like pull out from the bag, like the other half of the necklace, like the necklaces from Vanya.
right. This confirms it then.
She's buried under a lovely tree in the Beast Isle.
Does Perrin have to roll a deception here? Because not. I mean, I guess she is buried, not fully.
Oh yeah, but he's hiding stuff he knows, but like she's not asking for that.
I don't know that she'd even care. And Perrin will say, maybe it may not even be any point, but how do you know?
At least give me some credit and keep my secrets.
I'm sure you have your ways. I'm just surprised that you know something that only 5 people know.
From really, really far away.
Well, I do you the credit. I did just spend most of the last day with one of them.
Ah.
Who's she implying she stayed with? She
Pietro.
was with? Oh, Pietro. Oh, Pietro.
That little mollusk. I know it's
Yeah.
he's not a mollusk, but it's a silly thing to call him.
But that is dealt with. I understand that you are looking to perhaps head back to the Ashur Satrapy Skith.
That is where we are headed in a few months, once they're ready for our arrival.
In the meantime, we want to help here as much as we can.
Good.
Or at
We
least
would
that's what I
appreciate
like.
it. I would appreciate it. If you do. Masha, from what I understand, spent some time in the Ashur Satrapy, specifically at your brother's university.
That can't be good. Doing what?
Well, from what we understand, she was perhaps an emissary of some sort between whatever faction she represented and him, or whatever faction he is head of or represents. And she spent some time there, presumably studying the archives. Arcanth does have Nislin's greatest library on arcane magic.
Maria's eyes light up. I'm like,
I need to go there.
You might need to be careful if you do go.
I'm
Some of
always
you have
careful.
eyes bigger than your stomachs.
I can eat anything poisonous.
I would also point out that even if Pietro had not spent the last day with me, there is something that is a very telltale giveaway.
And what would that be?
Your friend is wearing the cloak that Masha absconded with from the vault here.
I don't know what
We
you
didn't
mean.
know that. We only saw that it was on her.
No, but how else would you get such an item? Nonetheless, it does seem to have chosen its wearer.
What do you mean?
That's right.
chosen
I will
its
be.
wearer?
I will be the champion.
Marina, dear. I have the utmost regard for your abilities, but while you are a crack shot, your evasiveness does need work. If you would go to the Ashir's HP and follow up on this. I can think of no better hand for the armor you retrieved to be in than to be worn by the granddaughter. One who once wore it.
Really?
Unlike some of my my fellow acolytes of the Raven Queen, I'm a bit more practical, and my order tend to verge on the practical side. There
I
is
do
no
feel
point to
like
such
it
an
was
item.
lonely. It was probably sitting in that vault for so long with no one to wear it.
I was going to say there is no point to a piece of armor if it's not worn, but sure, let us go with that. The armor is lonely, and it's not worn. Then what circumstance are we waiting for?
It would be an honor to wear my grandmother's armor.
I told you should just have taken it anyway. It's your family made it.
Oh, right.
But it doesn't belong to me. Just because my family made it doesn't make it mine.
Perrin's just like these two.
Your, from what I understand, your grandmother was a great artificer and quite a powerful individual. But she favored heavier armor. I believe I actually had once or twice had the pleasure of talking to your grandfather. He mentioned your grandmother having made him armor that allowed him to soar across the battlefield and be wherever he was needed most to support his allies.
That's my grandfather's armor? Then where's my grandmother's armor?
I'm afraid I was not particularly in charge of the contents of the vault. It was in my purview, but I was more concerned with threats from without. I understand that Bridget has been telling you some of her more esoteric theories as well. Perhaps worry on threats a bit closer to home. Things in the Ashir's Sanctuary have been troubling.
So we've heard. Our plan is to help Skith when we get there.
Do you think somehow the attack today was linked with the Ashir satrapy, or yesterday?
It does not seem so. Do you run her through a quick précis of all the events?
I think it is linked. In Masha's own words, she believed that Saravel was serving the same master she was.
I would agree with that as well.
In which case, all the more reason to go to the Ashir Sanctuary, find out that link, and see what information you can dig up. If not, for the fact that they have a bloody good library.
Arena's eyes light up again. Thought about going in the library.
Maybe we shouldn't let Arena in the library. She might not want to leave for a week or two.
Okay, well, I have something in case things go particularly wrong.
What is that?
I cannot send anyone with you to look after you. Anyone who went with you would be quite obvious. You are known now as Dragon Punch, the three of you, you have made a little bit of a name for yourselves. You are on some radars. Anyone I send would be an obvious addition.
Yeah, our manager says we need to be better about branding.
Arena shrugs.
Right. And I understand that the other two of you, particularly Skith, being a sorcerer, are not expertise in the healing field. And your ability to bring people back from the brink of death or even beyond is very limited. And limited specifically to you, Arena. As such, I had Bridget and Pietro check that one of the items that Masha had been working on well before she left her calling was accurate and had it brought out of storage. It wasn't a powerful relic or anything in the vault here. And she pulls out from a little pouch at her waist a beautiful, multifaceted, purple and blue paneled trinket. Looks like a small kind of coffin, almost. And I will pop it up on screen.
Ooh, yeah. I like the art for this one. It's pretty.
Oh, yeah.
It's so pretty. I want it in real life. I want to be buried in this coffin. I'm just kidding.
The tiny coffin.
The art for this one is by Sinlair. And their art is
pretty.
really good. On the slightly anime side of like real good, kind of more realistic anime kind of stuff.
We can put Perrin in it for his vampire sleeping.
Yeah. Right. Just carry it around on your neck.
This thing
or
is cool.
Wherever. Dangle it on your ear. How big is it? It's like
It is considered to be tiny as an object, so we're talking like yay big.
yeah,
But for Rena, it's huge.
not an
It's like-
earring.
It's
Yeah,
like
I guess
this
for Arena,
Rena.
it's
like this
Yeah.
big for
Cell
Arena.
phone.
yeah, it's that's exactly the kind of size. Yeah. So for Arena, it's like not enough to be actually bulky in game terms, but like it would be getting there. Everyone else, it's kind of like, you know.
No,
a
Pietro
big-ish
would not
thing.
be able to fit in it because Pietro's like 12 inches. This thing's smaller than that.
Yeah, it's
No,
like,
no, Pietro could fit in it, but that's because of its ability, not
Oh yeah,
because
because
of
of its
not the
abilities. I meant
ability.
the size
Yeah.
of it. Anybody could fit in it, I suppose.
As she puts it on the desk in front of you, feel
so
free to.
pretty.
Yes, it is a attempt to copy on a somewhat simpler and less complicated level, and to make it compatible with towers, a pre-cataclysm artifact.
I just roll.
I'm rolling a
Oh.
Arcana, and I will identify it as well.
Okay, the Arcana will take some time, because it takes time to really look at. So over the course of the next time, you'll do the Arcana. We'll do the Identify first, because that's the quickest to do. So the Identify gives you all the basic information, which is that as an action, you can touch the casket to a medium or small creature that is dead, unconscious at 0 hit points, or petrified. The creature and anything it's carrying are stored within the casket, and while in the casket, the creature is under the effects of a gentle repose spell if they're dead, stabilized if they're unconscious and at 0 HP. And it's considered to have total cover, immune to damage, blah, blah, blah. Basically, really, really difficult to actually hurt them from outside the casket. There are very few ways to do it, but it's very difficult. Basically, they're incapacitated, can't move or speak, unaware of their surroundings, and unable to regain HP. They're basically kind of frozen in kind of animated suspension kind of thing. Reduced to 100th their normal weight. Immune to poison disease, although poison disease already in the system is suspended and not neutralized. You may store one creature in at a time.
So cool.
And then you can release them as a bonus action anytime within 24 hours. If you hit the 24-hour limit, they're just released.
It is a Pokeball for dead people.
Kind of, yes. However, with the Arcana check, as you kind of finish towards that, you'll note that there is a drawback, that it could never have been copied successfully. And this is probably why it was shelved. It's a limited form of greater item. They could never replicate it successfully. Whenever a creature is released from being stored, you have to roll a d6. On a 4 or lower, it ceases to function and becomes a non-magical trinket called Spent Casket.
Okay, so you can't just keep storing stuff in it.
The 2/3 chance of failure.
There's a 2/3 chance of failure after every time. So basically, it's consumable that might keep... It's effectively consumable, but it might keep going.
This is an, oh shit, arena's down. No one has a revive.
Yeah. Or like, someone is petrified and we can't move them because they weigh 10 times, and it's also Perrin, and it's really heavy.
Yeah.
Casting the spell on it, 7th level or above, 7th level or above, expels any stored creature. Basically, you can overpower the magic with the spell. It is an innate part of the design, and you cannot like get rid of it. It's not like a curse or anything. You can get rid of it in normal ways. It's an innate part of the design. Spent Casket, as part of an ability check under the Fading Spirit Resurrection rules, you may expend Spent Casket before rolling to gain a D4 bonus to the result. And then it shatters with fine power.
Do you have any way of removing a soul from an item? We need something expelled from this cursed object Perrin put on.
Arena will pull out
That depends on
the ring and put it on the table.
As it turns out, we were running on a lot of assumptions as to how this ring operated. I don't know if that's even an applicable question.
Don't put it on.
Don't worry, you've told me it's a cursed item. That was pretty self-evident when you began. Also, I've already been warned ahead of time. And Pietro was quite vehement that one of his friends was in danger. I had to kind of prevent him from running out the door. I did point out that with his tiny legs, it would take him probably a couple of days to get to you.
He might have tiny legs, but he has a big heart.
He does. I swear that pangolin is twice as much heart as he has actually got body mass. I could perhaps have a look at it and tell you a few things. But from what I understand, Pietro was talking about talking to Arathane and having some other avenues of research. I can have a look at it now if you wish. Okay.
By all means,
has it on the table if she wants to look at it.
I think
Any information we
understanding,
can get.
yeah, I think understanding this will help us to understand our enemy.
And if there is indeed one of our friends inside, even if they're cursed or something, I would like to save them.
Okay. I will point out that I only have a limited training in this field. I normally rely on specialists for this. And then she kind of hesitates. Forgive me. Sometimes I let my station go to my head. Just slides the ring back towards Arena and Skith. You both will be far better at understanding what this ring does than I. I am not an arcanist. I'm the leader of a very powerful intelligence gathering and intelligence operating organization. I have training in certain things. You are the granddaughter of one of the most powerful artificers there has ever been, and the very first artificers there has ever been. And you are potentially the legitimate scion and potential head of the actual House of Magic of the sheer satrapy. I don't believe I have any right to tell you what this item does or does not do. Maybe Arathane has that right. In this room, you're better placed than me.
I will always get help from anyone. Just because you have some kind of weird lineage or something doesn't mean that someone else might not have a different perspective on things. An
Okay, let
open
me put it
mind is always
blatantly
good.
for you. You're an artificer, and from what I understand, a damn good one. I have been
Well,
keeping tabs on you.
You say that, but I identified it and I still let Perrin put it on.
Then trust your eyeballs and do it the old-fashioned way before you trusted that spell.
In the future, that is my plan.
You don't have to worry about that much. Items such as I suspect, from what Pietro has said, are very rare. They're made for specific purposes, normally to ensnare certain people. They are targeted, what is called a phishing attempt. But it's a very expensive attempt to make a magical item for that purpose. You would not
It's
have
your
to worry about
scammer
it.
email. Scam
I
ring.
mean, kind of. Yeah, that's actually what it is.
Well, this item tried to
Just put
convince
this ring on and your prince will pay you lots of
Perrin
money.
to kill you.
Okay. And it was given to Perrin. By who to Perrin?
Me?
Okay. And
One
who
of
gave it
the
to you?
we found it on one of the assassins.
So it was
And then
deliberately
I put
left.
it on because I thought that my friend was inside of it.
So either it was deliberately left to get you, or it was used to get the assassin.
Marina thinks about it a little bit.
All right.
Memory. She plays back the memory in her mind. When Sir Gallant picked up the body, the ring kind of like rolled out.
It was
Ring
before
fell
they
off the
came.
body before they came into the room.
Oh, okay. Before they came into the room. Was there. The body was dead. The ring just like.
It
Fell
Half
out,
did for a
yeah,
little bit
but
of time, and then you heard the
Yeah.
noise.
Yeah. Shortly after, like, Perrin stabbed and Henry, you heard a ding, 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 ding behind the curtain.
Hmm.
I will have a look at it if you want, but I might mislead you. I would recommend you have a look or you take it to a specialist. I can also ask Bridget in here to have a look herself. You wish me to call Bridget?
You can, after. I will need, if possible, someone to look at this arm.
Yes. We will get to that. How about I set Arena, Skith, and Bridget up for an hour in a room with this ring, and they can throw everything they can think of at it to try and ascertain what it does from a purely mundane, looking at over point of view. I am well aware that there are spells and ways to block spells or mislead information, particularly divination spells. I have used them many times myself. While that is happening, I can have a few people look at what is wrong with you, Perrin, because something is definitely off.
Yeah.
Is it acceptable?
Yes.
While she's been talking, Arena's been like chilling in this lazy boy chair with her legs up and like just fiddling with the little coffin thing. Doing her Arcana check.
Arena, you probably, just so you're aware, probably shouldn't keep that on your person. Mostly in case you
I know, I'm just looking at it.
It's very pretty.
It is really pretty. If I were to die and go inside of this, then it's a pretty nice coffin.
Rena's looking at.
We've also got like a million swords by the same artist that I now want to give Perrin, so. Okay.
Just a conveyor belt of swords and also magical things that I can break.
He's building his throne of swords, so.
Yep. Okay. So
If he can quit breaking them, that
goes
is.
over to the door, calls Bridget. Bridget, could you take Arena and Skith someone down the hall to one of the isolated rooms and have a mundane and not at all magical look at a very dangerous object they might hold? Okay, that is very cryptic. Sure.
Oh, and we can get the armor back.
Oh, I would definitely recommend you spend time soon after dealing with the ring. Not that your lovely dragon ensemble that you got in a certain place isn't lovely.
Right.
Oh.
I'm a little creeped out that we're going into a creepy room, but at least I'm going with Skith. And I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Arena like looks back, is a little concerned that we're leaving Perrin alone.
Are you going to be all right, Perrin?
I think so.
Does he mean that?
I mean, about this situation, he's like, yeah, this will be fine. About the arm, he's like, it won't be fine. It's not fine.
You've been being weird. Like, you didn't hug my family. That's strange. Arena's concerned. Arena looks very concerned, but reluctantly follows Bridget, looking back every once in a while.
You go into this isolated room.
Can I leave Corvidbot with him?
Miranda Dark won't allow it because this is meant to be a private conversation.
Yeah, I guess
Oh,
Thunder's been
okay.
left outside the church, just like...
Yeah, no, they won't really allow the...
I mean, I wasn't imagining that he was in the room. I just hadn't considered where
Take
he
the horse
actually is, but it
inside.
would presumably be
Yeah.
somewhere
He doesn't
by
need
the
to be
entrance.
reined up. You can just let him
Yeah,
stand
no,
outside and he'll be like, I will await you.
Yeah, he'll just be
Don't
standing
worry.
regally, watching people wander by.
You probably need to have like a little like thing you can unfurl on the side of him which says, I'm not abandoned. I am an intelligent creature. Just so that people don't like try to be like, oh no, someone's abandoned a horse
He has
again.
like a little nameplate.
I'll
Yeah.
have to make a little, a little like
But,
thing I
like
hang
you
around
leave
his
him with
neck,
the guard
maybe.
and like you leave the guard aware and the guard's like, all right, sure. The guards are aware who you are, and you get the sense that some of the townsfolk and people moving around are also kind of aware who Dragon Punch are.
Hmm.
And they're actually quite happy to have your intelligent horse nearby because it will probably actually aid them in a fight.
And I'm imagining like the smattering of fans that we may have started to accumulate to trying to take minor illusions with the horse.
You haven't quite got to the 50% threshold where you gain
Okay.
certain bonuses. If you got to the 50% threshold, you'd hit certain things. We haven't quite got to that yet.
So wondering if it
You
was almost
are
like,
above the
that's a
50%
magic horse.
threshold
I'm
for
taking.
endorsements.
So someone, like, implant the memory of me standing next to this horse for future minor illusioning.
Oh dear. I mean, technically, you get short time in jail. You can basically get your foot in the door of kind of most institutions, and you can basically ask people to borrow their You know, you can ask your patrons and people to borrow their travel, so you can borrow coaches and stuff, and you know, you'll get mundane travel for basically free, because you are well liked by the people of Standing.
That's good for us. Remember last time how much we paid for travel? It was expensive.
That's when traveling as Dragon Punch, though. So some time will pass as Miranda Dark kind of runs you past a few different clerics and has them kind of cast a few spells, has a word with them, and then takes you back into the room. Right. Perrin. I am in two minds. You seem to be connected to something. From what I understand, and whatever it is, lingers in the flesh of your arm. And it has partially transformed you rather than killing you. Your body has somehow suppressed it and accepted it. While you have survived your ordeal, and whatever it is that entity you countered, that entity still has its tentacles in you. This is not in your body. This is an affliction of your soul.
I see.
Have you had any strange... Without sounding too cliched, thoughts aside, urges, manifestations of power, missing memories, periods of time where you can't remember what you did, strange things that you did, and then after the fact you can't figure out why you did that?
As far as I know, my memories have been continuous since the incident. But I have felt strange.
Okay. I'm not a therapist. I am a member of an intelligence
I
organization.
don't mean emotionally.
Yes, I'm telling you that. Just get to the meat and potatoes, dear.
I felt a hunger, or maybe a need.
Flesh.
No, I don't even
Blood.
fully understand what it is that I want. But there's something there.
Sex, dear.
No.
Right. Be cautious. I would advise you to tell other members of your team, if possible. Perhaps consider delicacies about telling Arena. Unfortunately, while I'm aware that you are a particularly good liar, and that the entire Ashir satrapy, especially those of Saravel's line, are also very good at deception. Arena is a very sweet and vulnerable individual. So if you do tell her, be very careful. I do not want this to cause issues in your party.
Did you get any indication that this might get worse or better?
Whatever it is stable. But whatever those urges are, they're part of it. You will have to deal with them. Luckily, resilience of the soul is something that paladins excel at, particularly after they have mastered 5-6 floors in a tower, which I believe is where you decided to abandon your path, and your soul has sought patronage of a different entity.
Decided is a strong word, but that is where my path changed.
Well, as the Raven Queen would have us say, your fate takes you where it will. Yours seems to have taken you a very strange path.
You can say that again.
Yes. Well, you are a paladin to a goddess of civilization yet vengeance. You just spent time in a continent deliberately resistant to all kinds of modern structural civilization. You are a warlock dedicated to an abyssal creature who was once a paladin of honor and bloodshed, and yet you pride yourself on your ability to stay your blows against someone like Masha. After all, she has certainty with. And now you also have a soul in which an entity has a link and urges you to do something. You tread a very unusual path.
You've got quite the comprehensive file on me.
I like to believe I'm nothing if not comprehensive. I may not be an arcanist, but I have a lot of folders and sticky notes. And you travel with Arena, and you travel with Skith. How do I put it? You may see yourself only as an archaeologist wanderer who happened to fight a small part in a resistance war, whose mother happens to be a resistance fighter, and whose father happens to have been a somewhat accidental member of the resistance. But you travel in the company of two others who have a lot bigger signs on their forehead that say target. I decided to keep files and folders on everyone, and particularly those people who don't scream their obvious nature from the rooftops.
Well, I'm glad someone's keeping track. Someone who seems to be on the right side of this whole mess.
We'll see for how much longer. The church has been diminishing. The last few weeks especially have seen us under a limited but sustained attempt to use our numbers pick us off. The loss of Antok, combined with the assault the other night, where we lost the head of the Midnight Feather. We are the smallest of the major churches to begin with. We are also slightly more active than most due to being more modern. And we have, at least I like to pride myself, on a slightly more pragmatic view.
Someone wants you out of the way.
Someone always wants me out of the way, dear. What gets me up in the morning? It's about now that Arena and Skiff will be finished with their investigation of the ring, and I'm pretty sure that with your abilities, I'm going to be able to give you a crap ton. So, Skiff and Arena, you can choose. Would you like to roll independently? One of you can gain advantage from Bridget helping. Or would you like to give the other an advantage? Or Arena, if you want, you can just spend the hour attuning to your armor, and Skiff could roll with advantage. It's up to you, whatever you want.
I think we probably want as much information as we can get. So having Bridget give one of us advantage would be good. Is this Arcana checks?
This be Arcana. Let me just
I have
pull
a
up.
+9. What's your
Yep.
Arcana?
7.
So maybe I take the advantage from her,
Let me just pull up her stats for you.
or you can take the advantage because I have a higher rate of, I don't know, whatever you think is best.
You got the higher numbers, so
Need to reorganize some of this. I've got way too many people.
And I
Cognitive,
still have Flash of Geniuses, so if we need those, can use. So I think I'll roll at advantage and then Skith will roll normal. We'll get as much information as we can.
Bentham, you can see Bridget's character sheet. Where is she?
It's something like Factions Dead Cities.
Actions. Oh, right. She's in a different Dead Cities folder. Dear God, I need to fix this. No, she's in Factions Raven Queen.
Ah,
I thought she's in Dead Cities. Her Arcana is... Oh, yeah. She's got 10 Arcana.
damn.
Oh,
She has expertise in Arcana.
okay. Never mind. One of us should.
Well,
give
if you
her-
want,
you
Skip,
give her advantage.
you can give her
and then-
advantage, and Arena can roll.
okay.
Yeah, I'll roll normal. What do you think about that?
Yep. Sure.
Sounds good.
I will pop her sheet up so you can roll it with advantage off her sheet then. There you go. Has it popped up for you, Cobalt?
Yep.
Yeah, so Arcana with advantage from her. And
Dang.
21.
22.
22!
And I
Alright,
will
so-
Flash of Genius, so it is because I can take me over the 25 mark.
Okay.
So 27.
In which case,
We will get all the information.
yep, let me just make sure the handout has all of the secret sections attached. Because I need to move them from the, okay, I don't know how much of this you'd learn to, yeah, you learn all of it. Doop, doop, doop. 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 And I will also put the curse on there. You wouldn't learn the curse from the Arcana check because you can't visibly see a curse.
Was
But
Bridget's roll done right? Shouldn't it be more?
It says plus
Oh, wait
7.
a second.
It says
I have
7.
2 popped up. Oh, I rolled that from my sheet.
oh, so that's
So-
actually a 24.
Yeah, 24.
You want to flash a genius?
Yeah, I would flash a genius
Okay.
her.
So it's a 29.
Yeah,
Wow.
29.
So Arena's
29
like,
and
oh,
a 22.
Oh, they're actually getting more. And then you kind of go over them with your notes and you push them over. Okay. Holy crap. Okay. Let me double check this because I've had to transfer a lot of info to you. Yep. Bam.
Ring of the mind control.
Oh, sorry.
Malicious mind.
Let me just. There we go.
Ooh, do you want to read it, Skith? Because you rolled it with her.
Yeah, it's the ring is based on a modified ring of the malicious mind. It is a
That should say
malicious
it's based
design.
on a ring of mind shielding.
While wearing this ring, you are immune to magic that allows you to read thoughts, determine your line. Okay, so it says
malicious
it's a
design.
pair. So it is the
Oh.
receiving end of a pair. The malicious design of the item is innate but highly complex. Its abilities may be revealed upon suitably powerful divination magic or abilities targeting the ring. The identify spell merely marks it as a ring of mind shielding or a suitably high arcana skill check. Paired link. The creature wearing the paired ring may cast spells of the enchantment school, targeting the creature wearing this ring, ignoring any range, sight, or touch requirement of the spell, provided they only target the wearer. Creature wearing the ring has disadvantage on any saving throw against the spell. A creature that successfully saves against the spell has no obvious physical effects, feels a hostile force or a tingle. They cannot deduce the exact nature of the spell. They are then immune to further spells cast this way for 24 hours. Lost and found, the wearer of the coupled sinning ring can choose to teleport the ring to your hand or up to 5 feet away from you at will. As one, if the paired ring is ever destroyed, then the other disintegrates. Curse, growing paranoia. You feel you need the ring to protect you from those who would prey on your unguarded mind. This curse is not affected by the remove curse spell unless any two of the following additional criteria are coincide within 10 minutes of remove curse being cast. The paired ring is currently not attuned. You are currently immune to the spells cast via the ring, or someone you trust implicitly succeeds a DC 15 persuasion attempt to convince you to take it off. The knights were compromised, is the quote. Yep.
Oh dear.
All right.
So even if we had taken it off, it would have just popped back onto my hand.
You remained attuned to it. If you had actually taken it off, but you remained attuned to it.
Because I was like,
So
no one ever really tried to take it off Perrin, and I was wondering what would happen if they did.
Arena did.
Yeah, but I just didn't let you. And I'm Perrin in your arena, so it was no contest.
Yeah. Fair. So someone else has another ring because it's a pair.
You had to get a very high roll to kind of know how the other ring functions, because this is just a receiver.
So yeah,
But-
there's someone on the other end with the ring. They controlled Fenry, and then
So there's another ring.
This is basically, as you're looking at it, this goes for Skith, Arena, and Bridget, because all of you roll incredibly high. And it's all of you together that get this. You all notice certain things. Yeah, the basic design is all about mind and blah, blah, blah. And that is why maybe someone chose the Ring of Mind Shielding. Because basics, it's the right kind of school. But this is way more complicated than that. There are way too many functions and runes. As soon as you start getting even a medium complexity, although it's been designed very elegantly and made kind of small and hidden, there are way too many function groups going on. This is like looking at some code that you think should be, oh, this should be like, 100 lines, and being like, why is this 600 lines? Someone Someone is doing something here. Why
Yeah.
is this folder on my desktop 50 megabytes when it should be a text file?
Yeah, I think
know.
Arena's mind is thinking like, who has the other ring and what was
Yeah.
they doing? Yeah.
You notice, firstly, it reminds you a bit like a sending stone. There's a receiver, there's a sender. This is a receiver. The curse you only kind of infer from Perrin. But the rest of it, you work out. It matches 100% what you kind of read in that article. You can easily see this. This is not overly complex to see because it is basics part of the design.
Marina, do you think you could duplicate this and make us a pair?
I don't know. Probably would need to see what the other ring is first.
Yeah, this ring is rare. The other ring is probably a lot more difficult. This is just the receiver.
Yeah.
There's 2 rings, so who even knows what the other one does and how these
We
two
had the other ring. We could put
communicate.
this one to use.
You both would also get, because you know the context and you know from the thing you read and you know from also your ability to create magic items. And you know that while this might be rare and the other one is probably far more, they are linked. You can't make one without the other. You can't,
Yeah.
you know, they have
That's
to be
what-
made as a pair.
Yeah.
You
that's
would
what
know
Arena
that
would
whoever
assume.
did this made it probably with a specific purpose and that a lot of effort went into this. You know, this isn't like you make a gun because like, oh, I can use this magic gun on all the creatures or whatever. No, you made this for a purpose.
Yeah. I think Arena is just definitely wondering who has the other ring. I think they're all
Which
probably
point?
just nerding out about this ring.
As you sit there, the ring disintegrates in front of you. It instantly
Arena's
turns
mouth
to
drops
ash
open.
and dust.
That
Damn.
seems like a waste. Couldn't they just recall it back to them instead? No.
There's no way to recall the ring.
Yeah, that wasn't a
Arena
function.
puts her
Oh.
hand there, tries to see if it's like an
Oh.
illusion.
That
If
ring
you're
was
attuned to
destined. Yeah, that ring was destined for a vault where it would never be used again and labeled as "Never wear this ring."
Or worse, you might be able to try and identify someone via it.
It's true. You could maybe send through it or something.
So you are left with a small pile of dust.
Arena will put this small pile of dust into like a little vial if she can.
I wonder if there's still a way to find out. Who is attached to this?
And she'll just put it in there, seal it up.
Okay.
We couldn't scry with it, right? The dust. That's not.
No. So the thing is that like once an item is fully disintegrated, it loses its dust. It is non-magical. It loses any properties. It is
That's what it
non-important, non-linked. It effectively is a fungible, physical token. It is completely changeable. It has nothing, unique to it. So
Look, Arena's a hoarder. She's gonna take it with
Yeah.
her. Someday
it's
she'll
also
need the
the
dust.
reason why that is there. And someone did not want you proceeding any further. It is an FT. It is a fungible token. Well, it's not a token because a token represents something else. It is a fungible physical item. So, with that, as you are finally back, and Perrin has been told what he now suffers, you now are aware of the ring and everything about it. I have one question about the conversation, which was, did you tell Miranda Dark about the dagger?
Nope.
Nope.
I haven't even told Perrin about the dagger.
Yeah.
Only like 2 living people know about the dagger, maybe more, but as far as we know, only 2.
Aerthane's gonna know about it soon.
So, as we leave you in the House of the Dead, we're going to pick it back up next week. As you have been somewhat successful, you have been formally gifted your vestige. You have been given the Chrono Casket as well. You have been decursed of the ring, and now, after working out exactly what it is, had it disintegrated in front of your eyes. We'll come back next week on that note. So, very quickly.
Can't believe
Right.
it's already, the episode's already in.
I know, right?
Yeah, we're running over.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
We needed to solve the ring today because I didn't want you
Yeah.
being like, what does it do?
Yeah.
We started a bit late though, so it works out.
Today's supporter was Finley Shards. I didn't get to introduce you to that character. Well, Finley, don't worry. This character will still be around. I don't know whether the party will want them around beyond the initial conversation, but if they do, then, well, it'll be interesting. So, thank you, Finley, for supporting us. Character sheets for Calvin and Ella Cogdia are out on Patreon. I guess like the Ring of Mind Controlling might go up or something in the week. We'll see. We are sponsored by Roll20, so thank you very much for them. Make it possible for me to pop items up all over the place and scare players with and I guess we'll go through people's. Let's start off, I guess, as Maggie did the intro today, with Arena. Who are you? Maggie, what do you do? And how did I almost kill your family so many different ways, and even through Perrin multiple times?
How long do you want the outro to be?
Okay, so just, yeah, Maggie, who are you?
All right. I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I'm doing all kinds of things on the internet. I'm looking for some more projects as some other ones are wrapping up here. But if you're interested in that stuff, just follow me on all the things at Margaret Crone. And I make games and video games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can check it out at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And I'm working on the advanced version of Witches and Spellcraft, which you can find on Drive-Thru RPG. And that's me.
Okay. Skith, Cobalt, who are you when you're trying to convince Perrin to take off a ring, but actually end up making him think he wants it for himself?
I'm Cobalt Shriek. I play video games real good almost every single day on my channel. And yeah, come hang out. It's fun. I'll try not to, troll you too hard or something. And that's it. Pathfinder Tuesdays, D&D Thursdays, right here. Make it short and
Yes, and
sweet.
delight. Hi. Perrin, Bantham, who are you when you're not being Maxim Emo Boy?
I am Bentham, and you can find me on YouTube and on Twitch, where I'm Mangleport Gaming and Mangleport. Don't know why, stupid idea, but it's what I am. That's how you can find me. And yeah, sometimes I play games and stuff, maybe. Who really knows? Sometimes I do lore videos now. That's also a thing. So anything could happen. Expect anything between everything and nothing. Who really knows? But I will say, an interesting direction that Perrin's going in, but it's very cool. But in all of the years that I've been doing this, of all the years, of all the months, did this kind of plot line have to happen to Perrin right now in this moment in the history of our culture? Because apparently it's Morbin time.
Oh my gosh! Stop. Why are you?
All the times it could have been, all of the
No.
potential points. We've been doing this for
Why?
years, and it had to happen
I want
now.
Perrin's new catchphrase to be, it's time to mob.
Oh my god.
Morbin time.
Is that what
It
he's gonna
had to
say when he's
happen now.
draining people of their blood?
Oh yeah.
Morbin out of control.
See, that's me.
That's
Ian,
it.
what
I'm
about
gonna
you?
change the the GIF specifically for Perrin, so that when Perrin does it, it's just a Perrin like animation, just going morb. It's morbing 9000. Hi, I'm Elysium. Find me at twitch.tv/Elysium, where I've mostly been doing D&D development streams recently. And I guess I'll be doing some D&D coding in the next week to try and do a couple of features that Roll20 haven't yet implemented, but I kind of want to just skip ahead a couple of steps and make them available. So yeah. I definitely didn't write this item on stream though. One or two times I was like, I can't stream till later because I've got to work on something secret. Or one or two times I was like, so I'll have to finish streaming now because I've got to work on something that I'm not able to show you on stream. This was the item. There are a couple other things, but this was the main one. Yeah.
Bo does make a good point. That got the morbs is a Victorian slang for feeling depressed. We can go with that.
Oh, it really suits Perrin. Yeah.
Perrin's
Oh,
feeling a bit
no.
depressed right now.
Oh
A
Yeah.
lot of bad things been happening to him.
Yeah. Anyway, I will check to see through my browser that's currently playing my music because apparently Chrome has bugged out. I think I've got to clear my cookies. Chrome's been having a bit
I don't
of
hear
a...
music either.
I hear the music.
Oh no,
It's
now I do. I do.
definitely a me issue because my other browser works fine. So
Yeah, it's playing now. I think it was at the end of it. No.
yeah.
It's
yeah.
creepy sounding a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's slightly creepy, kind of vaguely religious-ish, and I'm like, this
Yeah.
is what you want in the House of the Dead.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's Arena's vibes.
And she'll
It's what
be
she
into
rocks out
Perrin.
I know it will make Perrin feel better. Slaughtering innocent civilians with his thirst.
to. Oh
Oh
my
yeah, Perrin really
gosh.
loves that. Historically, he's always been super into doing that.
Oh no. Oh no. What happens if Arena comes to Perrin one day and like, Perrin, I would like to sate your thirst.
It better be somebody with more than 1 HP.
Oh my
That's
god.
all I'm saying.
We have no tips today, so peace out.
See you
That's
next
what I'm gonna
time.